Hey, Jack, just let me know when it.
Wow, you are breaking up so badly. It's like a max headroom thing going on right now.
Okay, I'm glad it's not just me, but yeah, I'm ready whenever you are, Nolan. And if you don't have enough connection, I can read off the slides too. All right, yeah, I think I might go ahead and read the slides. I think Nolan's having a little connection issues. So thank you, everyone. This is the German Village Commission meeting. The meeting will begin very soon. So applicants, if you could please mute upon the entry and just please check before you speak that your microphone is off. So the WebEx has an update where we cannot unmute you. We can only mute you if we hear any background noise or distortion. We can request to unmute, so please just check that so we make sure that we hear everything that you say. So the chair will call on participants to speak. And if you have any questions, you may send a message via WebEx chat to the host, which is Nolan Harshaw. And you will be required to have your video feature on if you are speaking. When you're not speaking, you do not need to keep the video feature on, and it may actually help the WebEx connection a little bit better. So please note that the meeting will be recorded and streamed live to via YouTube. And to access the meeting materials, you can go to the link that is provided on the page that you see before you. And any comments received via WebEx chat will not be a part of the official public record. And Kim, if you can go to the next slide. Okay, so we do ask that applicants please turn off your video at this time, and you can turn it back on once you're ready, your application comes up and it's your turn to speak. So you can use the hidden control panel in the WebEx to turn the video off, and staff will ask you to turn your video on prior to speaking. So any speaker slips are required to be submitted no later than 2 hours prior to a virtual meeting. So if you have submitted them, then staff would have already acknowledged it at this point. And staff has confirmed any speaker slips are received with all speakers prior to the meeting. And then if you can see how to participate at the link provided on the page. Thank you. Okay, so order of speaking, city staff will present application materials.
Jacqueline, we just lost or I just lost your audio.
I've lost audio as well.
Yep, Jacqueline, you're still dead. Can you hear us?
Can anyone hear me now? This is Nolan.
Yes, Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan, we got you, but we lost Jacqueline.
And I'll try to get her to see if she can reconnect. Just order of speaking, city staff will present application materials. The applicant will be sworn in and asked to present any additional materials. Registered speakers will be sworn in and provided 3 minutes to speak each. And last but not least, commissioners will discuss the case and ask questions if needed. Last but not least, so just a quick housekeeping item. I'm no longer unable to mute people. So if there's any technical issues or any background noise, don't be offended if I mute you. This goes for commissioners as well. Just keep an eye on your mute button before you speak. I'm going to pass it off to the chair.
All right, welcome everyone. This is a lot of people out there. This is the German Village Commission meeting of Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021. It's about 4 minutes past 4 in the afternoon. Meeting's hereby called to order. Next commission monthly business meeting is 12 noon, Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021. It will, like all meetings these days, be a virtual meeting via WebEx. Next commission hearing will be 4 p.m. Tuesday, April 6th, 2021, again via WebEx. Swearing in of staff, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but.
I do, Jacqueline Lehman, Assistant Historic Preservation Officer.
Thank you. Introduction of commissioners present. Start with Commissioner Durst.
Charissa Durst, present.
Commissioner Thiel.
Ned Thiel, present.
Commissioner Ferriel.
Jeff Ferriel, I'm here.
Commissioner McCoy. Not yet. Commissioner Foley.
Brent Foley, I'm here.
Brent Foley and Chair Jay Panzer is here. Next on the order of business, is there a motion for approval of the minutes of the February 2nd meeting?
I so move.
Is there a
Second.
Sorry.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ferriel. Are there any sorry. Those in favor, Commissioner Durst,
Aye.
Thiel,
Aye.
Ferriel,
Aye.
McCoy, not here. Foley,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Are there, the minutes stand approved. Are there any issues for public forum?
No public forum, just the public comments that were submitted.
We'll get to those down the pike. Is there a motion for ratification of the staff approvals list, which begins on page 6?
Mr. Chairman, I move to ratify the staff approvals.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr.
Mr.
Foley?
Chairman, before we vote, I need to recuse myself from GV-21-03-006.
Are there any other recusals? Hearing none. Sorry, let me shut this up. There we go. Hearing none, we'll take a vote. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Commissioner Durst,
Aye.
Commissioner Thiel,
Aye.
Commissioner Ferriel.
Aye.
McCoy is still not here. Commissioner Foley.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The staff approval items have been ratified. Moving on to applications for certificates of appropriateness. Agenda item number 1, GV 21-03-008 40 East Whittier. Jacqueline, first of all, we have the applicant here?
Yes, I'm here.
And you are?
Kyle Green with Gunzelman Architecture.
Can somebody see Kyle Green?
I can see Kyle, yes.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand, please?
Yep.
There we are. You swear to tell the truth, all the truth, and nothing but?
I do.
Thank you. Once again, state your name, please.
Kyle Green.
Jacqueline, tell us why we're here this afternoon.
Okay, so this application was previously reviewed in November of 2020 as GV 20-11-032 for exterior alterations and was approved. Because the building materials are being temporarily dismantled and taken down to the foundation to bring the foundation up to code, the building is now considered a new build per zoning. So there's some unexpected zoning variances required. No changes will occur to the previously approved application. And then those zoning variances that are requested revolve around the existing garage location, which currently provides 18 feet of maneuverability. The applicant is requesting a variance for section 3312.25, requiring 20 feet maneuvering into the garage or a setback from the rear property line to make up the difference when an alley is not at least 20 feet wide. The other variance is section 3332.26E, and this states that a new garage needs to be located 3 feet from the property line. The existing garage is currently located 1 foot from the west property line. The applicant notes that building and zoning may require moving the garage 2 feet into the yard and away from the property line, but the applicant would like to retain the existing setback if possible. So staff does recommend approval of the application as submitted, as the proposed work is consistent with the standards for alteration.
Mr. Green, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, just an update. We worked with traffic and they will support the maneuverability variance. So we're gonna go in for the variances to keep the garage in the same location. So we don't have to move it the 2 feet into the yard. And then also I just wanted to point out that this was approved in November for the height, but my zoning consultant wanted me to point out that the garage is 19 feet tall, which is the same as what it is currently, and that's the current or the allowable height. There's allowable height for a garage for 15 feet. It's not a variance because it can be approved by this commission, and it was approved already in November. But I just wanted full transparency, I just wanted to call that out there, that the garage is 19 feet tall, to get that on the record.
Mr. Green, thank you for pointing that out. As you pointed out, this commission has already heard
Yep.
and ruled on the appropriateness of the architecture. I see no reason that we need to go back and look at that unless Jacqueline tells us we have to.
Well, I think it's good to go to focus on the variances.
Commissioners, any issues with the variance recommendations? Hearing none, I would ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, on this item, I move to recommend the variations, yes.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, moving on to voting. Commissioner Durst,
Aye.
Commissioner Thiel,
Aye.
Commissioner Ferriel,
Aye.
Commissioner McCoy, not here yet. Commissioner Foley,
Aye.
Panzer votes aye. Ayes have it. Thank you very much, Mr. Green. Thanks for coming in. Good luck with BZA.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Moving on to agenda item number 2, application GV 2103009, 651 South Grant Avenue. We have Mr. Pullman with us.
You do.
Excellent. Mr. Pullman, would you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but?
I do.
State your name, please.
My name is Bill Pullman.
Jacqueline, tell us why Mr. Pullman is here this afternoon.
Okay, so this application is proposing the installation of a retractable awning on the second floor terrace of a contemporary building. The awning is to match others previously installed in the adjacent condo units on the building, and the project has been approved by the Condo Association Board. And the location of the awning is going to be located in the rear, so will not have visibility from the public right of way. So at the February 16th business meeting, the commission did request records of adjacent awnings from the neighboring condos to ensure that the proposed awning will be similarly installed. I have to apologize, I didn't get time for this particular application for those. But given that the condo board has approved it, I believe that this will be similar, and the applicant has also confirmed that the installation will match the others adjacent.
Looking at the photograph that's up right now, it appears that Mr. Pullman, you're the only one who doesn't have an awning in that row.
That is correct. Yes.
Sorry, it's okay. It's good to catch up. Mr. Pullman, do you have anything else to add?
No, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I don't have anything else to add.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Hearing none, we'll move on. Is there a motion?
Mr.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Ned.
Mr. Chairman, item GV 2103009, 651 South Grant Avenue, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, moving on. Commissioner Durst,
Aye.
Commissioner Thiel,
Aye.
Commissioner Ferriel,
Aye.
Commissioner McCoy, not here. Commissioner Foley,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Pullman.
Thank
Good
you.
luck with your awning.
Thanks.
Moving on to item number 3, GV 21-03-010 649 City Park Avenue. Mr. Armstrong or Mr. Ford present?
Mr. Armstrong present.
We'll go with Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, would you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but?
I do.
I've stated your name about 4 times. You've done it once. Can you do it one more time for us, please?
Steve Armstrong.
Thank you. Jacqueline, what do we got?
So this application is proposing to remove an existing 5-light bow box and replace that with a 5-foot by 6-foot 8-inch Anderson A series French wood patio door with 18-inch side lights and 3 16-inch transoms. The exterior color is proposed to be cocoa bean to match the existing colors. The door, side lights, and transom are to be installed in the existing opening with no alterations needed to the framing. The repairs to siding and trim are to use materials 4-inch cedar lap siding and 4-inch trim to match the existing, including the color. And stairs are noted to be added after door installation at a future time. So per the Ohio Historic Inventory Form, the rear porch where this work will take place was enclosed in 1985, and the balcony was added in 1988, which is consistent with the vinyl siding materials that we see from the photos, and the other modern materials in the Palladian second story window that is inconsistent with the overall house styles. These are all modern and added in the 1980s. Due to the location at the rear of the house, the placement on the property, and the existing garage and the rear of the house will not be visible from the public right of way. And the new doors would be replacing non-historic existing materials. So staff does recommend approval with conditions, the condition being that only non-historic materials are to be removed and replaced. And that is based on the standards for alteration, specifically number 9.
Mr. Armstrong, do you have anything to add?
I don't. I think she covered it.
Me too. Commissioners, any questions? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, on item GV 2103-010, 649 City Park Avenue, I move to approve as submitted with the caveat that no historic materials are removed.
Second.
Commissioner Ferriel, second. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, moving on. Commissioner Durst,
Aye.
Commissioner Thiel,
Aye.
Commissioner Ferriel,
Aye.
Commissioner McCoy, still not here. Commissioner Foley,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on. It'll be a familiar crowd. Agenda item number 4, application GV 21-03-011, 39 Schiller Alley, window replacement. We have the same players at the table. Is Mr. Ferguson here as well? Mr. Armstrong, it's all up to you. Jacqueline, tell us why we're here.
Okay, so this application is proposing to replace the original 2/2 windows with windows of renewal by Anderson Wood, which is a composite window and would keep the 2/2 configuration. The exterior color would be black. So the original 2/2 double hung windows appear to be in repairable condition based on the submitted photos, and the applicant also submitted some additional videos shortly prior to the hearing. And at the February 16th business meeting, the commission noted that the photos submitted at that time showed chipped paint, but did not appear to show structural damage, and that repair would be more appropriate. They noted that the proposed Anderson windows are not on the approved windows list currently, and requested a material sample to consider the windows as a possible test case should the replacement be approved. So staff does recommend repair of the original historic windows based on the materials that have been submitted. And this is based on the standards for alteration, specifically number 2, 5, and 6.
Mr. Armstrong.
The sashes have actually shrunk considerably. The jambs have expanded also. I don't know, we submitted the video. I don't know if you can play that or not, but the sash actually sits inside the interior stop on several of the windows. The sash would actually pretty much fall in if you didn't shimmy it into the center. Mr. Ferguson did get a estimate for cosmetic repair, not for a total rehab of the window, restoration of the window. It's our opinion that these are not able to restore to any real functionality. The renewal window is a perfect window to insert inside that existing jamb. We can go to a 1/16 of an inch, so we can shove it all the way in. We fill the weight pockets with foam, and the new window is much more efficient and operable. But the video really does demonstrate how loose the sash is. It's our opinion that those are not restorable to any kind of workable condition. Several of the meeting rails are warped to the point where the locks don't engage, or one side of the sash sits up higher than the other. And it's pretty much true of all of them. You know, some of them are a little bit better shape, and of course that's with the direction where the weather comes in. But I don't know if you can play the video or not, Jacqueline, but we did send it. We had sent it earlier. but wasn't able to be played. So our office manager was able to go ahead and hook that up and send it. And I think that shows better than any of the pictures that you currently have. So.
And then commissioners, I don't believe that WebEx is going to allow us to play the video. However, that's the email that I sent earlier, and the videos are fairly short. So if you haven't had a chance to take a look, it might be worth taking a look at this moment.
Can we just do a poll in terms of people, whether people have seen it or whether they are able to watch it now?
Sure.
Commissioner Durst,
I've seen it.
Thiel,
I have not.
Ferriel,
I saw it.
I'll get there with McCoy sooner or later. Foley?
I have not had a chance to watch it yet.
Okay, I have had a chance to see it. Yeah, I mean, there's no question the sash have shrunk. Commissioners, comments?
Could I add something also, sir?
Sure.
I had spoke with Connie Torbeck, and I don't know if she's any longer associated with any of the commissions or anything else back in 2018 to try to get the window approved. I had been in Mr. Black's office several times to try to get the window approved also. And at that time, you know, he explained why you all wanted to go ahead and refurbish the windows instead of replacing them. And I understood that. But as sash packs were replaced and people were replacing them in 8 years after they installed them, other products were starting to be allowed. What at the time, the conversation I had with Connie through an email was that Black had left and you no longer had anybody leading that department. And there was somebody that was pregnant on maternity leave and just didn't really have enough staff at the time to go ahead and get that approved. And then subsequent to that, we saw an approval list come out. I guess it was sometime in 2019. And we never had a chance to do that. Connie did state in the email that she would keep that on file and go ahead and address it later on. And quite frankly, in 2020, we were so busy we couldn't keep up with what we had, so it wasn't on my agenda. But I do believe this is a perfect installation for our window, not just because of this, but because of the way we install mortise and tenon joinery. You know, it's not metal clad. We can stick it into the exterior, the blind stop, and from the inside and put it right to the blind stop. So we're not using a bunch of metal.
I think, Mr. Armstrong, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think that there are two very distinct different issues that we're dealing with here. One is whether it's appropriate to remove the windows, and whether or not it's appropriate to remove the windows doesn't you can't jump over that one to get to the second question as to what the appropriate replacement would be were that to be allowed. We really need to deal with these things kind of in sequence.
Commissioner Panzer,
Yeah.
This is Colin Ferguson, the homeowner that's on the call. Sorry, I tried to unmute myself earlier and wasn't.
Sorry.
Mr. Ferguson, can we have you sworn in?
Exactly.
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand, please?
I will.
You swear to tell the truth, all the truth, and nothing but?
I do.
And state your name just so we have the record.
Colin Ferguson.
Excellent. Go ahead, please.
Hey, thank you so much for listening to me today. As buying this house a few months ago, one of the big things that was important to me, being on a back alley on a fairly traversable street, was a safety component. Given the fact that my windows are not able to be locked, given the way the sashes are and irreplaceable, you know, it is in my opinion that this definitely would be appropriate from a safety perspective to ensure that, you know, my ground floor windows can make sure that they are appropriately locked at night. For me as a homeowner, that is my first and foremost concern.
Thank you. Again, we're really dealing with, and I guess in a way that really does deal with the first issue of whether or not the windows should be replaced. We've and we'll actually hear another application later today. We get into the security issue frequently, and we get into it very, very carefully because it it is possible to deal with security in a way that does not at all affect the exterior visual aspects or the historic fabric of the village. It's possible to do it in such a way that it has a significant impact on the visual characteristics of the village, but does not mess with the historic fabric. And it's possible to try to combine the two things together. And there are times when each of those approaches is appropriate, but rarely do we start a discussion simply based on the security aspects of the project. Those are usually manageable in other ways, if those are the only things that are germane. I think that what I want to do right now is hear from the other commissioners in terms of how you feel about removal of the windows. Somebody, commissioners?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Thiel. I just looked at the videos and stuff. Would you say 100% of the windows operate that way, or is there just one? I mean, I have no idea what the inventory is or what the condition of all the windows are, and I don't think I have enough information right now to even vote on this.
There's a significant number of them.
Hold on.
4 or 5.
Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 that are in that condition that degraded. As the video shows. The other ones are on their way, pretty similar, but not quite as bad. So there's 2 of those in the video that are the worst of the worst, but the other ones are not far behind.
Ned, does that answer your question insofar as it can be answered at this point?
Yeah, insofar as it can be answered, I'm looking at them, and the sashes themselves look good, other than they're shrunk or they're worn. I don't know which. I find shrunk a very difficult term, because when they shrink, the glass should go with them, and the glass didn't. So I don't think it's a matter of shrunk. I think it's a matter of probably worn. And my question then is, can they not be reestablished to be tight inside those frames?
Commissioner Durst?
Yeah, I'd be curious, sort of like in our roof projects, whether someone who repairs wood windows has looked at them to tell us whether they are repairable. So I thought the standard cure for loose sashes was to put weather stripping in them.
Anyone else?
So when we've allowed replacement of windows, that I've seen, they've been far more deteriorated than these appear to be.
And typically we also see evidence of past repairs that have then failed, which I don't think we see here.
Of course,
Mr. Foley?
I mean, I don't have sufficient, I guess I'm in Ned's court. I don't have sufficient information to determine if they're all of a state that they're not repairable.
So normally this isn't this normally a situation where we try to do a field examination, although that is probably not appropriate under the current pandemic circumstances.
Jacqueline, are you doing any site visits?
We haven't done some yet, but we're talking about doing a site visit for an exterior only project. I'm not sure if that would work okay with windows, because we'd be looking at more of the interior side. So it's something I would have to check back with my boss to be sure that we could do so.
Yeah, I mean, there's a general standard, and Teresa, I think, would be the one to tell me I don't know what I'm talking about here. But the general standard is that if 50% of the material is extant, then it really is most appropriate, barring any other dramatic evidence, to undergo repair. And also hearing that we're talking about, 5 windows, maybe 6 I don't remember, it was 4, 5, 6 windows being in the type of condition that we're seeing on the video or that we're seeing in the exemplar photographs out of 18 windows that are being requested for replacement. Am I correct? Yeah.
No, that is not correct,
No.
sir. It's
What
only
am I-
9. It's 9 windows.
That's what we have on our books is 9 windows. So over half of them are basically in that condition. And I don't think, it would be, I don't know what your policies are along the lines of replacing some of the windows instead of all of them also. But it would seem, a lot of the HOAs, you have to replace all of the windows or the entire side or front, whatever it would be. And I don't know where you stand on that.
We have allowed individual facades to be done rather than entire buildings. The other, I bet you I know what's going on here. I'm looking at the window works estimate, and it was 18, which would be 2 sash per window.
That is correct, sir.
That's what it is.
And of course, this isn't a homeowners association.
Right.
Understand.
So I think that based on what I'm hearing and agree or disagree, it seems like you're having trouble making it over the first hurdle of whether or not the commission as a whole would support replacement of these windows. I think that I've got another. I think it would be remiss of me not to say that even if you were to get over that hurdle, without having seen one of these windows in my hands and having the opportunity to discuss its characteristics with other commissioners, I would not be prepared to support anything that's not currently on the approved window list. I know that's presents certain challenges, but we have done things with not round robin, but sequentially viewing sample materials, passing it between commissioners, and then getting together to discuss them in our meetings before approving test cases, as we've done, I think most recently for a couple of garage doors. But again, I think you've got a problem. I'm happy to, you can table this or ask for it to be continued. Go back, kind of give us some better understanding of the conditions of all of the windows, or the conditions of each of the windows. And discuss whether using either using one of the windows off the approved list, or having the commissioners have the opportunity to individually review the sample of the proposed window. You can do that. So that would be continuing it. You can ask that we vote on it as is. And of course, if it were not to be approved, you have the right to appeal that. And there are a variety of different ways, or you can just have us vote on it as it is.
I don't think that would be to our advantage at this point, listening to you. I think what we would probably need to do, the first step would be to overcome that first hurdle, would be to go and videotape each window, number them, so that you can see what the condition is in their entirety for each window. And then from there, we can drop a sample off, and you just want to tell us where to drop it off. We were told earlier that we could drop it off downtown. Now, I don't know how you all get that from your homes or your offices. But we have samples that I think demonstrate that is good window. We have installed in German Village and in Victorian Village in non-historic homes. So we've done a decent amount of that. And I think, as you know, we've been approved a test case in Victorian Village.
Has that been installed yet?
It has not. It just got approved.
So the test hasn't really started yet.
Well, the first part has. So, but I don't even know what test case really means. So,
All right.
you know.
So
Approved for the test.
are you requesting that we continue this application at this time?
I believe that would be the best case scenario in this point, and we'll do what I just stated.
All right, thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, GV 2103-011, 39 Schiller Alley, I move to continue at the request of the applicant.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Ferriel. Commissioner Durst.
Aye.
Commissioner Thiel.
Aye.
Commissioner Ferriel.
Aye.
McCoy is still absent. Foley.
Apologies,
is,
aye.
oh, there he is. Okay, Panzer votes aye. Application is continued. Jacqueline, we'll have to talk about how to get this sample. I mean, it's a little bit bigger than some of the others, but we're going to have to talk about how to get everybody to see it.
Yeah, we can figure it out.
Okay, good.
We're willing
Thank
to help
you.
any way we can. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. Have a good day. Moving on. Agenda item number 6, GV 2103-013, 117 East Kossuth. Tyler Allen and Frederick
Did
Fortman.
we skip an application?
Oops, sorry.
I think we might.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I saw windows and I just skipped right over it. Agenda item number 5. I thought we were talking about the last set of windows. Agenda item number 5, GV 2103-012, 646-648 South 5th Street. Mr. Kimner.
Joe Kiminer here. Yes, hello.
Mr. Chair, I think I need to recuse myself from this.
Okay.
Is there a reason why? Or
Live too close.
okay.
And we have Commissioner McCoy has joined us. We'll let the record show.
Mr. Commissioner, if commissioners are live in close proximity, they typically will recuse themselves from applications.
Actually,
yeah, this is my first time through this process, so sorry. I'm a newbie. I just moved to the village a couple years ago, 3 years ago. So
Yeah, no, we're required to recuse ourselves, so we're not voting on something that might be in our own self-interest.
And
Okay.
where exactly is your house?
Close to yours, Jay.
Close to mine. I've got to recuse myself too. I just look at the picture of it. I know this house. I could probably look at the back of it right now. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to recuse myself as well. Commissioner Durst, the ball is yours.
Karen, your timing was excellent. We needed you.
Okay, is the applicant here to be sworn in?
I am.
Okay, can you raise your right hand?
I am.
Mr. Kimner, we
anyone
do
see
need to have on video.
We need to be able to see you.
Can you see me now?
There he is.
Hey,
Hello.
do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And can you state your name for the record?
Joseph Kiminer.
Okay.
Okay, so this application is proposing to replace 10 historic windows with new Marvin-clad double hung windows from the approved windows list. So the historic 2/2 double hung wood windows do appear from the photos to be in repairable condition, according to staff, based on the submitted photos. At the February 16th business meeting, the commission noted that the windows appear to be in repairable condition, and also requested clarification on which Marvin Ultimate window from the approved windows list is being requested. As the staff does recommend repair of the historic windows, and that is based on the standards of alteration, specifically number 2, 5, and 6.
So is it my turn to start?
Yes.
Do you want me to start with the windows that have been requested? So I used the company APCO, Mark Mason. He came and looked at the windows. I talked to him about the state of repair. I think it's pretty hard to show from those pictures how badly the windows are. And I think we're all trying to do our best. I'm not a window expert by any means. So Mark recommended using the windows that had just been replaced by my neighbors who are a couple houses down, who just replaced their entire house. So these would match that, which was, I think, 4 houses to the north, just replaced with these Marvin windows that are really nice, would match. What you are not, you can see on that last photo, the glass is basically, you can feel it coming through. The only thing I've been able to do is cover the windows with plastic on the outside or the inside of the house. And that is because I live on one side and I have renters in the other. And this is making it a situation that is very badly when we have the weather that we do. So at night, the windows actually flap. So when the wind blows, the frames are so beat up that they flap back and forth and they make a significant sound. I can record that if you guys want to hear that at night, but I do not believe that is something that is repairable. And I got Pella to quote this project as well as APCO, and they both said that these windows need to be replaced, and repairing is just ongoing throwing good money at bad. The other thing that I'd like to make sure that I state tonight is that energy savings is something that is very important to me as well as my fiance who's on the phone. So we like to do everything we can in terms of making sure that our carbon footprint is minimized. And we believe by doing all the things that we can, from we installed Nest systems for HVAC and everything else, we believe that this would be a significant improvement while staying within the guidelines of what German Village requests. That's why we started with the Marvin window that we thought is already on the approved list.
Okay, typically in order for the commission to approve demolishing historic windows, you have to be able to demonstrate that all of the windows, or at least 50% of each window or 50% of your windows, are not repairable. And that often entails just showing us evidence that attempts have been made to repair these windows in the past, and it's just past its life, versus, you know, it hasn't been painted for the last few years and that's what's contributing to the deterioration.
Can I send you a video of the noise that it's making? And I don't think that paint would save the problem from happening. And then you're using people's expertise on this, that this isn't a paint problem. This is a foundation. These windows are flawed and the frames and everything else need to be replaced. If I didn't need to replace these, I wouldn't, but they are completely warped and it's hard to show from these. I'm more than welcome. Anybody wants to come by the house, I'll let them in. I'll let you see it. You can stop by when the wind's blowing and you'll hear it. That is not a repairable situation, or I would have repaired it.
Okay, well, Jeff, do you have anything you want to add?
So I'm wondering if you've had someone who is in the business of repairing windows look at them.
Versus someone who's in the business of selling you new windows.
Well, yes.
That's a great question. So you're talking about somebody that specializes in repairing wood windows?
Yes, someone who specializes in repairing wood windows.
Yes, I've had multiple contractors look at it, and their opinion is that this is throwing good money at bad. They're going to be in a state that will continue to deteriorate and that they should be replaced.
Can you get them to write a letter stating what they saw and why they feel these windows cannot be repaired? That would basically add justification to convince the commission to approve removal of the windows.
And not just a contractor, somebody who does historic window repair.
Do you have those contacts? Because to be honest, I don't want to have somebody come out and then you say that that person isn't deemed to be a credible person. I mean, I think I'm willing to go through, obviously, come on this call, talk about everything that's going on, but I don't think it's, unless you have somebody designated to do that, then
Jacqueline, do you know if we still have a list of
We do not
people who
have
have done?
a list of contractors. I mean, we can try to, basically what we'd recommend is looking at past applications to see what other people have used, or, you know, getting advice from neighbors, or searching for local window repair. And staff can look into people that others have used. We just don't have a recommended contractors list.
So that's my point. Like, and not to be combative, but I think that's the unfair situation here, where you don't have an approved person that you can do. So I go through this work again, and the window people are saying that this is not a situation that can be repaired. And then I have to go, and then there isn't even a contractor that you have approved. So my point is that I'm willing to do the work here, and I think I'm doing exactly what the commission is asking for by doing an approved window by that my neighborhood has endorsed. So I think I'm matching exactly what you guys are trying to do. I'm doing 10 windows, which is the entire front, so it'll all be uniformed. It's part of a bigger project to continue to refurbish. I'd like to get that done before I do my painting, which I'm planning on doing. I'm beautifying the building, and I'm spending my own money to do this. I'm a little floored, I think, with the process here. And sorry, this is my first time going through it. But I think when you're asking me to hit all the standards that I'm hitting, and also trying to be a good steward to everybody else in terms of saving energy, I think it's a little disappointing.
Well, the commission is in charge of preserving historic materials. So we've told people in the past, the value of your house, energy efficiency isn't high on the priority for us. It's preserving historic materials that can still be preserved in place. That's like the first order of business. And yes, unfortunately, we don't have an approved list, but we can't approve a person, but you just need to ask people who have previously done the window work in German Village to look at the windows and render a professional opinion.
So I'd wonder if anyone at Columbus Landmarks is acquainted with this. I know that it has a old window workshop scheduled next month. I suspect that the folks there are acquainted with someone.
That's a good suggestion, Jeff. They probably do have people that they know of.
If I could ask my fellow commissioners, I believe we do allow storm windows to provide for improved energy efficiency, but maintain the historic structure behind it. And that can be done on the interior or exterior dependent, right?
They're expressly permitted by the guidelines.
Yes, that's correct.
And Mr. Kiminera, that is in the preservation world, and Commissioner Durst can probably speak stronger to this than I can. That is what has been done in order to provide both and situations to what we're discussing here. A storm window is put in place to provide energy conservation, which you're trying to achieve, and I commend you for trying to achieve, but also provides preservation of the historic fabric, and that's what we try to do both and in this situation.
But you can't open those.
There are operable storm window types.
All right.
Again, I'm just trying to tell you what's traditionally done.
No, I understand. I think it's just I understand. I'll get what the commission is asking me for. I will get another opinion to come out. Hopefully, I think it's obviously you're trying to preserve things in this, which I commend you for. But I think it is disappointing to hear based off of neighbors in my neighborhood getting theirs done and being able to improve the value of their place all the way around, which I think everybody would agree that new windows add value to not only the people living in the house, but to the setup. So I don't think we're moving forward without that additional information is what I'm hearing.
Okay, so are you proposing to continue your application and come back next month with additional information, or are you withdrawing?
Can I get the agreement
you like
from
us to
the
vote?
Well, can I get the assurance that if I do get a credible person that says that the windows are not replaceable, it'll move forward under the windows that I have presented?
That is how the previous applicants got their windows removals approved. In fact, the application before you was pretty much told the same thing. They needed to inventory their windows.
Okay. All right. I will.
And Mr. Kimmener, I hope you understand that we're charged by the city with adhering to the guidelines, to the German Village guidelines. So, the values, we personally share many of the values, but the city hired us. Well, they didn't hire us. They don't pay us. The city appointed us to apply the guidelines as written, and so that's what we need to do.
Yeah. I understand that. I think when you come down Fifth Street and you see the brand new Marvin windows that went in a couple streets down, and then if it was to match, I think no one would be able to tell the difference, but we'll continue to go forward.
Okay, so it sounds like this application is being continued.
Thank you very much for your
At the applicant's
time.
request. Okay, thank you. Do we need to vote on continuance?
Yes, please.
Yeah, motion to continue.
Second. Although we can do this without objection if you'd like.
Let's do that. Any objections? Hearing none, I guess continuance has been approved.
It's good to have attorneys around.
Just read Robert's rules.
Say that.
Just read Robert's rules. Didn't have to go to law school.
Yeah, but you have to go to law school to understand Robert's rules. Moving on, agenda item number 6, GV 21-03-013 117 East Casa. Do I have it right this time? Tyler Allen and Frederick Fortman, are you in the house? Tyler Allen and or Frederick Fortman? Okay, let's put a pin in this and come back. Agenda item number 7, GV 21-03-014 251 Jackson Street, Kelly and Scott Helton. Kelly and or Scott Helton.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, how are you? Who are you?
This is Scott Helton. Who are you?
Okay. I'm Jay Panzer.
I know.
Okay.
Now we're going to make you say it again.
I'm going to make you say it again in a minute. Would you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, all truth, and nothing but?
Yes.
And one more time. Who are you?
Scott Daniel Helton.
Excellent. Jacqueline, tell us why Mr. Helton is here.
Okay, this application is proposing to install ornamental iron window security guards on the north and south facing windows of the detached garage. The garage is historic. We're contributing. The overall dimensions would be to cover the window. The material dimensions are 1/2 inch by 1 inch steel horizontal channel, a 1/2 inch square solid steel vertical pickets, and a 2 inch square steel tubing post, which emulates the Fortin F5 fence style. The brackets are to mount the face of the garage and they would have a black powder coat finish. The applicant would also like to install an ornamental iron security window grate to the east facing basement window on Cedar Alley. And initially they have a 1/8 inch laser cut steel plate with angle iron frame and black powder coat finish as well. So the applicant has experienced multiple break-ins to the garage, which is the reason they're submitting this application. The options of installing bars on the interior side of the window or installing a wood board with a hinge have been suggested. The applicant would like to continue to use the operable windows and has noted that the option of installing bars in the interior would prevent them opening the windows. So at the February 16th business meeting, the commission noted that there is a precedent for approving window below grade or window bars to below grade windows to have horizontal bars. Although the proposed laser cut plate is new to the commission, the applicant has confirmed that they would be amenable to using horizontal bars instead of laser cut. And the commission also asked the applicant to confirm if the basement windows were truly egress, but the applicant has confirmed that the basement windows is not an egress window. The commission noted that the bars on the exterior of above grade windows exist in German Village, but have not been approved in current times, and requested example photos or product spec sheets of the bar design. And the applicant has submitted an example photo from another garage showing what they would like to install, as well as photos representing the design that they would like. So the commission asked how the bars would be installed and if anchoring via mortar would be sufficient. The applicant has confirmed the bars would be attached via mortar and offered mounting to the wood window frame as an alternative. So staff recommends the approval of installing the horizontal bars at the basement below grade garage windows and recommends looking into the possibility of installing a board with hinges on the interior side for any above grade windows with visibility. And this is based on the standards for alterations, specifically number 5, 10, and number 12.
Mr. Helt, do you have anything to add here?
Well, first off, I'd like to clarify the below grade window is not a garage window. That's a home window in the basement. It's on Cedar Alley. The garage, the window that's especially concerning for us has been one that's been broken into 2 times. The first time, and we believe it's the same individual based on some video footage we had. The first time the individual entered the garage, opened the garage, stole a leaf blower, stole a lawnmower, and at that time either defecated into the garage or had defecated on the brick and thrown it into the window, which my wife cleaned up. So the same individual has been seen on camera a 3rd time, hiding stolen packages behind our garage. On all occasions, we filed reports with Columbus City Police. So this is, a safety issue. My wife doesn't really she's to the point now where she doesn't really feel, she's like, I'm afraid to go into the garage because there might be someone in there. And, if you've ever had your property or your home violated, you know what that's like. And, I know we're all anecdotally familiar with property crime, but, I would say to the commissioners here, if it's happened to you, if it's actually happened to you and someone's entered your premises, it makes it feel a little different.
I'm curious, how does this window operate?
This window is on a hinge. Basically, if you look at the photo that's showing up right now, on what would be the left side of that window, there's a hinge and it swings in.
Okay. And this is in the photograph number 1.
That's the alley, the south alley between the fence. You can see it. So if you look in that photograph, the fence goes all the way back. Back there, there's a little, I'm calling it an alley. It's not an alley. It's a little, there's a little gap there and that's where the guy goes in and out. So he sneaks back there. That's where we keep our trash cans.
Where's the window in this picture? Where's the window?
So that's the south side of the house, and it's on the south side of the garage. So it's between the fence and the garage. That's the window.
That was exactly the question.
On the left, the left side of the picture.
Okay.
Correct.
Behind the trash can.
Now our application, now understand, our application, we asked for both windows. But that the window on the left, on the south side, there's also a window on the north side of the garage. In our application, we've asked for both, but the one that we're especially concerned about is that one, again, where, you know, where this guy can come do this and be hidden, right?
And the other window opens into your backyard, is that right?
That's correct.
That's on,
Well, facing, they're both inward facing window. They're both inward swinging windows, but yeah, the opening is to the, you know, it's visible to the backyard. That's right.
the photograph on the right in photograph
It's actually a side yard, one of the few.
Right.
It's in a less hidden location, to your point, is why you're less
Yeah,
concerned about that.
it's more, I mean, again, it's more conspicuous to, you know, to the public, but it's also, you know, most property crimes are crimes of opportunity often.
Sure.
And,
okay. And sorry, commissioners, any questions?
Where is the window in the basement for the house?
It's on Cedar Alley. I'm not sure. You'd have to see which photos you have. So that is on Cedar Alley. So basically, you're standing on Cedar Alley right now. The driveway is to your left. Basically, Cedar Alley runs north to south. So if you turn left, you're headed south. You'd look to your right and see the driveway in the garage.
So
Jackson
this is on the front of the house?
No, this is on the east facing side of the house. So the house sits on the intersection of Cedar Alley and Jackson Street. So this is in the alley. It's basically a brick wall. And again, this is the one we put in we put in what we had in the last application. So Kristen Moody actually, not to throw anyone under the bus here, she recommended the laser cut and forgot to put it on the application. Later told us, well, since she messed up, we didn't need to get it approved again. We came back, well, that's what happened. We came back with the same recommendation because that was the language that was offered to us by the preservation staff at the time. What we heard at the business meeting was that perhaps you'd be more amenable to to horizontal or vertical bars. That's fine too. We just were trying to, again, secure the premises while we're at it. Now,
the vertical bars are the most common. Is that an operable window down in the well?
No, it's boarded up right now.
Yeah, I mean, the vertical bars are the most common way of dealing with that. That's
fine. We're fine with that.
And that also makes it much easier to clean out that window well of leaves, as we see in the picture. Commissioners, how do we feel about this?
Particularly the one that's hidden, I understand the concerns. I would have similar concerns. Done in a way that we think is most appropriate, I could support. I'm not sure what I think is most appropriate yet, but that's where I am with it.
I can tell you, my concern would be anchoring it in. I would think that if we were to approve it, I would want to see it anchored through the frame of the window, not into the mortar or into the stone or into the block at all, because I think that is going to lead you down a really bad path in the next number of years.
So when we've talked about windows in a house for security purposes, we've frequently talked about alternatives that can secure the structure from the interior that aren't going to have an effect on the outside. This is a pretty hidden location, not going to be visible really to the public way, so that's less of a concern. But I wonder if there's alternatives and security alternatives on the interior of that window.
Well, Jeff, I think what the applicant has stated is that that window swings in is the problem. It won't be operable in that case. Now, maybe it doesn't have to be operable. I don't know.
Is it usually operated?
Yes, we like to do. We have exercise equipment out there, and it gets very hot in the summer, and it's nice to have the window open when we want it. And whether we want to open it or not, anyway, I think that would be our prerogative. Anyway.
Yes, of course, it would be your prerogative, but you want us to approve something.
Jacqueline, you were about to say something?
Yeah, so commissioners, I had talked with Commissioner Harkey before. We were trying to find some options that possibly could be staff approved. And one of the options he mentioned was installing a hinged board on the interior, so that way the applicant could still use their operable window, but the security addition would be on the interior side. So if that's a possibility, I just wanted to point that out for
So it would be
consideration.
hinged and locked is the idea, Jacqueline?
I believe so.
You could even do that with a grate or something too, actually. It wouldn't have to be a board. How does the applicant feel about that?
The applicant does not feel good about that because that sends me, that's a curveball. It sends me down a whole other rabbit hole to find a solution that may or may not work. In the meantime, my premises is unsecured. Okay, this is an ongoing situation. And, you know, I guess I would ask the commissioners, okay, humbly as a citizen here, which you all are as well, what is it about the public's interest that supersedes my private interest in this situation? Because it's not evident to me.
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that particular question.
So I believe,
but I am sensitive to your situation.
and I am too, that the public interests are all of the public interests in historic preservation expressed by the portions of the Columbus City Code that deal with historic preservation and the German Village guidelines.
So I would suggest then it would be equally in the public interest for what compliance mechanisms exist to monitor and remediate the numerous instances of these bars that exist, you know, and not all of which predated the commission guidelines, many of which are installed just, candidly unapproved.
I believe that's complaint based. So there would have to be a complaint based complaint filed to 311 or something like that, and then it would come before us. Is that right, Jacqueline?
That's correct, Commissioner Foley.
Okay, because there's probably 24 examples.
And they do come before us. I mean, this particular one, I don't recall. Actually, I do seem to recall one coming before us before. Well, let's talk about. Let's just go down and see how people feel about this. Again, let's talk about. So you said anchoring through the frame of the window would be possible?
It should be, and you can pull back up the photo. It would be probably I'm looking on the left there. It's small for me. I guess that's the third photo maybe. Or the top, you can see it in the viewing pane, the thumbnail. One more, go down one more, please. So you can see it's a wood frame, so I don't see that it's a deep frame. So I don't see why we wouldn't be able to, you know, do a solution that would anchor through the wood frame.
All right, let's assume that for the moment. Commissioner Durst, how do you feel about this?
I'm okay with it because it is in a garage that's set back from the public way, and one of the windows faces a 6-foot fence, the other one faces their backyard. I don't think it's going to be highly visible.
Commissioner Thiel?
I got a first question. I'm trying to figure out what Anthony's solution was about a bar on a hinge.
A board.
A board on a hinge. How did that work? I don't get that.
I'm not. He's not here. We don't know.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, and personally, I kind of feel like he wants the bars visible on the outside as a visual deterrent for this guy to come through these windows again.
So with no explanation, I'm going to reject that. My opinion is I have no problem with the grill going on the inside of this wood frame, as long as it's not surface mounted to the face of it, but rather it sits inside and is bolted to or attached to the face of the jamb. I have no problem with it. I get it.
Okay. Commissioner Ferriel?
So that sounds like a reasonable solution. I'm persuaded, though, only because this is in a hidden spot, not visible to the public way.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Commissioner McCoy?
I agree with allowing for the security to be mounted to the window, and certainly the window on the south side is not visible, and I would see no problem with that. I'm not sure how mounting on the interior of the window, I guess mounting on the interior of the window, the only thing it would stop would be, it would stop the glass, you know, someone from breaking the glass out and trying to get in. But given that that window is a swinging window, I'm not exactly sure how that works, except that the bars would swing with the window.
Okay, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying mount it on the inside of the garage. I'm saying
Okay.
mounting it
Mapping
on
it to the
outside
jam,
of the garage,
to the
but
outside.
within
Okay.
the jam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inside of the opening. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's not surface applied to the frame.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
The
inset.
window that's on the north side is actually visible from the public right of way, but it's clear across the side yard. So I'm in agreement that I would support the homeowner's security.
Commissioner Foley?
I'm on board with what everybody else said.
Okay. With, I guess the question is whether the applicant would like to amend the application to indicate that the windows will be, that the bars will be mounted to the inside face of the window jam.
Yes.
And not connected in any way to any of the
No more. Yeah, it'll be recessed. It'll be recessed.
And I think that the bars in the window wells be set vertically back within the opening of the well.
For the alley.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Good. We're good at that.
Okay. Someone will care to make a motion?
Yeah, on GV 2103-14251 Jackson Street, I move to approve as submitted with the amendments agreed to by the applicant that the will be vertical bars in the garage, and that'll be mounted to inset into the frame of the window, and it'll be vertical bars on the basement window also.
Second.
Any questions? Those in favor, Commissioner Durst.
Aye.
Thiel.
Aye.
Ferriel.
Aye.
McCoy.
Aye.
Foley.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay. You're good to go. You'll get a certificate.
Great. Thank you.
Moving on, agenda item number, let's go back for a second. We have agenda item number 6. That would be the Tyler Allen or Frederick Fortman. Nope. We're going on to agenda item number 8, German Village, 2103-015, 703 South 5th Street. Dan Dietrich and Meredith Driscoll. Are either of you here?
I see Meredith's name.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can we see you?
It's supposed to be starting, but it doesn't want to work.
Unfortunately, we have to be able to see you.
Hold on, I keep trying. I keep clicking for it to start, and there we go.
And there she is.
There you are. Welcome. Would you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, all the truth, and nothing but it?
Yeah.
And state your name, please.
Meredith Driscoll.
Jacqueline, what do we got?
Okay, this application is proposing to replace sections of an existing iron fence with a style to match adjacent existing style at the location. Areas of fencing to be replaced include a section at the east elevation, which will match the height of the existing iron fencing and eliminate the cut arch. Replace a section at the north elevation, including the gate, to match the height of the adjacent wood fence, which is 6 feet. And the adjacent brick divider and iron fence currently have ivy, and the ivy would be continued along the new fence. So at the February GVC business meeting, the commission asked for clarification and callouts on the site plan of areas of fencing to be replaced, noting that the existing fencing appears to consist of multiple styles that do not match adjacent sections, and requested clarification if other areas of fencing will remain shorter, and if the gate will remain shorter. And the commission also asked for clarification that the ivy, as opposed to the brick dividers, is to be continued along the new fencing. So the applicant has revised the application in response to commission feedback and submitted additional materials, including replacing additional sections of fencing to reduce the amount of styles from 4 down to 2, and to include the gate in the area of the proposed height increase. So staff recommends approval with any clarifications to be submitted to staff prior to for review and prior to approval and issuance of a certificate. And that is based on the standards for site improvements, specifically A and B.
Meredith, do you have anything to add before we let the commissioners loose on you?
Not really, just if you look at it, there's a lot of different things going on right now. There's a really weird corner where the fence used to extend across the property next door. They eliminated the fence, so it's now just cut in the middle of an arch.
Hold on, you got to get that photograph up. You got to get that photo. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Photograph number 2. You got to get. I've never
special.
seen anything like that in my entire life.
Yeah, it's bad.
That's a
So, you
classic.
know, we
Yeah.
want to make it look good.
That's great. Okay, so on this page, the section on the left, you're going to lift up so that it's the same height as the section on the right, correct?
Correct, yes.
And then when you get to the left corner, which is off to the left, you're going to turn at that same height and head back, correct?
Exactly, yeah.
Using the same material.
Yep.
And then you've got a little break for the existing, and then you're going to go back to the same material again.
Yeah, it'll be the same so that it matches the height of the wood fence that's next to it.
Do we have a photograph? I think one of our questions was, at what point is it appropriate to bump up to the 6-foot height? Generally, we don't. The general guidance for that is that it's behind the first window on the subject property. But I think in this case, we've also got the issue with the adjacent property and with the garage, and where that height transition. Yeah, this is the perfect photograph. Oh. Yeah, where is the height transition in this photograph, I guess, is the question.
So you see the brick columns on the right, so it would transition right after that. So that full section that runs between that brick and then the wood fence that is at the other end.
So the wood fence is off to the left end of this.
Yeah.
So that I guess is the question, is whether, yeah, there you go. So you want to bring that entire section up.
Yeah, and part of the reason for wanting to bring it up is because you can see off to the left of that photo, that's our dining room area, which is all glass. We used to look out to pine trees that with the renovation next door and the change in the landscape, we've lost our lovely view of greenery and now we look at siding. So by going up to the 6 feet and having the ivy run across, then kind of eye level what you see out those windows is green again instead of siding.
How far is it from the brick pier to the face of the adjacent the adjacent home?
It's 3 feet.
It's just that first section of fence. Commissioners?
How tall is the wood fence post? That post looks shorter than the fence itself.
Yeah, that post, I'm not sure why that one is shorter. I think that's at 5 feet or slightly less. It might be slightly less comparing the height of the wood and the metal.
I'm also wondering whether I've seen this style of schoolhouse fence taller than 3 or 4 feet. I hadn't really thought about that till now, but I mean, the reason this style of fence was invented was to keep kids from impaling themselves, which is why it's referred to as a schoolhouse fence.
It's available up to a 6-foot height.
It is? Okay. I don't believe I've seen it.
I've seen it at 6.
Sure.
I was struggling with that too, Jay, but I believe Karen.
Karen, as our landscape architect, du jour.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how, I'm trying to look on Google Earth, but it's not helping me much to figure out how this 6-foot engages that brick pier. It seems that you would need to have some type of a transition. So, because the pier isn't 6 feet tall.
And you have no post, right?
Yeah.
Right.
We currently don't have a post. I would assume that in order for them to do it, they would have to put a post at that end.
Yeah.
Of some sort.
That creates a whole different problem.
Yeah. It's kind of it's an odd intersection.
I mean, would it make more sense and designing here, but to make the transition at the second or third hairpin and let it go up at that point?
It makes more sense. I mean, you can do a scallop to the top of the fence that transitions down in height. That's what's commonly done. You know, you just provide a radius on the top of the fence piece to transition it down to the height of the brick column. Or, yeah. In this case, it's rising, right, as it moves back on the property.
Yeah.
And that can be done sometimes. In this case, it's probably, you know, you could do it in half a panel probably on the wood fence.
Well, you're talking about leaving the metal fence at this height and doing the transition at the wood fence.
I think, aren't we starting isn't the request to start the wood fence at the brick pier?
No, the wood fence is existing and will just stay where it is. This section we want to replace with a new metal fence.
They just want a taller metal fence between the brick
Yeah.
pier and the beginning of the wood fence. They want taller metal.
Okay.
And I mean, that is not something that we would generally allow.
No.
Certainly, how a taller fence would engage the brick pier would be a problem. I mean, I guess once you get past the garage to the, it looks like the second hairpin, transitioning at that point is not something that we would usually find problematic, but transitioning closer to the front than that, that's a difficult transition.
Couldn't you raise the brick pier?
No.
Oh. Okay, I'm back to mute.
You know, the brick piers are so much relics of a period. You know, those combined material fences are something that in most cases are a relic of a particular period when most of them should never have been done in the first place. I think that's been the you know, the general feeling for the last number of years. There are only a couple of cases where we've let people reinstall them because there's evidence that they were there or they've been rebuilt, but generally they're more a matter of going away in most cases. Anybody have any thoughts? Do we need to just vote on this as is? Yeah, it looks like the house, the adjacent property begins one panel back, correct?
Is it possible to go back to the site plan? Bring that up. So the piece that's in blue is what we're looking at replacing existing.
It's the yellow that's to the left of the blue. The blue's existing.
And the part that the wood fence that you want to replace, a little bit of it is in front of the adjacent structure.
The wood is all going to stay as is.
It's only the metal fence that's being affected.
It's being replaced.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess what I don't understand is how does a 6-foot fence height transition help you versus, you know, an extension of the existing height because it's a transparent fence?
Because the plan is, like you can see in the picture there pointing to the blue section where the ivy is growing across the fence. Our plan is to grow the ivy up and across the fence. So that way, what you're seeing at the top is the green. So by having it at more of eye height, you see that as opposed to the siding of the house next door.
I see.
Not meaning to.
Unfortunately, you know, it's kind of, ideally we would put in some sort of landscaping instead so that we get a better, larger view of greens, but we only have 3 feet and so there's not much we can do. So it's kind of all we can think of to get some green back there.
Right.
I mean, the only other thing that I could think of is to bring the wood fence to where the second to the last, to where the last hairpin is, and end the wood fence at that point, and let the metal fence continue to the brick.
I think it's going to be really odd to do, you know, what's roughly a 3 feet or 3.5 foot
of iron
fence. Yeah, iron fence, then transitioning to a 6 foot. There's no really clean way to do that. You'd have to have some kind of an ornamental post and it's just adding another element that you don't have right now. So I think Jay's suggestion of just bringing the wood fence forward makes more sense.
Meredith, are you following what I said there?
To some extent. I guess I just don't know. Are you saying to do the wood then the full way?
No.
Or are you still saying do it partial?
If there are currently 3 panels of fence, of iron fence there, right?
Yeah.
Saying to turn 2 of them into 6 foot tall wood and leave the last one where it is. Leave the one that's attached to the brick pier and then put in a wood post where the first hairpin is and transition up to a 6 foot fence at that point.
So you're saying leave that one small section metal?
Yep.
And that, like, if it came down to that or leave it as is, I'd rather leave it as is because then our view out is partial wood fence, partial metal fence. It, like in that case, it doesn't improve our view. It actually kind of makes it worse.
What about Jay's former idea where the first hairpin closest to the brick pier becomes a 6 foot hairpin and you have a 6 foot metal fence for the 2 panels closest to the wood fence?
that would be more appealing.
As is always the case, first of all, commissioners, anyone have anything else?
Hey,
As-
hey, this is Ned. I got dumped out of the meeting and I can't get back in. The link doesn't work anymore.
No, that's a problem.
Ed, were you able to receive the second email? Is that link also not working?
This is the email from, yes, this morning.
No, I just sent one just now, so hopefully it'll reach you. I'm hoping that will work better.
All right, yeah, nothing's come in at this point.
Okay.
Meredith, what I was going to say is that we can vote on your application as submitted, or we can vote on a request to amend the application, which would be to leave the first section of, for the moment, we'll call it 3-foot wrought iron fence, transitioning to 6-foot iron fence for between the first hairpin and the existing wood fence.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I say that right? 3-foot metal fence transitioning to a 6-foot metal fence to the wood fence in the back. We can vote on whichever of those you want us to vote on.
Okay, let's vote on amending it then.
Okay. Would someone care to make a motion? Is anybody here?
Well, I'm sorry, I got lost there. Which one are we amending to?
We're amending to as submitted, with the exception of lowering the first section of 6-foot fence back down to its existing height in this particular section. That's the only change, is that one section immediately adjacent to the brick pier will remain at its existing elevation.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, I propose on application number 8 GB-21-03-015 to approve the application as amended by the applicant to retain the existing iron fence closest to the brick pier and to replace the remaining iron fence section with 60-inch high metal fence until it hits the existing wood post.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? Those in favor, Commissioner Durst.
Aye.
Do we have Commissioner Thiel back?
He is, but he's going to recuse himself since I missed most of the conversation.
Okay. Commissioner Ferriel.
Aye.
Commissioner McCoy. Karen?
Sorry, forgot to unmute. No.
That's okay. No? Okay. Commissioner Foley.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Ayes have it. Thank you, Meredith. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Moving on, agenda item number 9. DV 21-03-016, 247, 279 East Livingston Avenue. Do we have Edward Mashad here?
Edward Mashad here.
Okay. Mr. Mashad, would you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, all truth, and nothing but?
I do, and my name is Edward Mashad.
Great. Jacqueline, what do we got?
Okay, so this application is proposing to replace existing post lamps around the property, which would be approximately 20 lights. The plan is to use 2,700 to 3,000 light color, or 5,000, which is daylight. All lamp posts are to be painted black to match the fixture using white frosted glass. So at the February 16th business meeting, the commission asked for clarification if the light fixtures are purely sight lighting and not part of the right-of-way, and the applicant has confirmed that they are site lighting and are not located in the right-of-way. The commission also noted that a lower temperature is more appropriate for German Village, so the applicant has confirmed, or the applicant says that they are amenable to using the warm white 2700 to 3000 K. So staff recommends approval with any clarifications to be submitted to the staff prior to issuance of her certificate. And that basis is on standards for site improvements.
Mr. Mashad, do you have anything to add?
The only thing I want to add, I think I mentioned to use a white frosted glass. I might instead use a clear glass. I'm not sure if it makes a difference to the committee or the commission based on that. I'm not sure it's one more desirable than the other based on your mind, but I just want something that looks, the best for the area there.
The challenge with with clear glass and the LED lamps is that most LED lamps that go in these fixtures, and I don't know what LED lamps are going in, but most of them have multiple most of them aren't very pretty to look at. Just put it that way.
Yes.
So I suggest before you frosted is a safer bet in that regard.
Okay.
But then again, clear glass is nicer during the day and it's kind of nice and crystally, but you have to make sure what light bulb is going to be used in those things. If it's a clear, a plain light bulb looking light bulb, fine, it'll look great. But if it's one of these high intensity things that's got 26 LEDs flashing around it, you're not going to be happy.
No, I would not use those, but there are now 100-watt equivalent, the exposed filaments that you see now. They're long filaments that kind of simulate the old incandescent bulbs.
They actually simulate carbon filaments. They're beautiful. I have them in my house. They're beautiful. And if you can get enough light out of them to do what you need to do, I think that would be fine. And obviously that would look fine with with clear glass as well.
But does that have to be voted on, or that's just my choice?
I think we can probably vote on it either way if you would prefer. If you say that, clear glass lamp goes with a clear glass bulb with exposed filaments, and frosted glass would go with any other type of lamp used.
Yes, thank you.
Do we need to amend the application because it says frosted on the application?
Yes, need to amend it. So Brent, you need to amend it, Brent. Up to you. No, it's up to you to put it in a motion.
To put it in a motion, not to ask the applicant to amend.
The applicant already asked.
Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Are there any other questions on this application? Mr. Foley, the floor is yours.
All right. I move. We were on 9, right?
Yep.
To approve application GV 2103016 with the condition and amendment that the glass either be frosted or clear with the exposed filament bulb that was referenced.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Hold on for half a second. Let me just get my dots in place. Any questions on the motion? Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Durst.
Aye.
Teal.
Recuse.
Fariel.
Aye.
McCoy.
Aye.
Foley.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Mashad.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it looks like I'm not going to get back to the meeting, so I'm going to drop out.
All right, Ned. Sorry to hear that. We will soldier on without
the link doesn't
you.
work anymore, and I can't get back in, and I can't go in through the app. So I think we're done here.
Right. All right. Have a good evening.
Mr. Chair, may I ask then, I had been planning on leaving at 6. Will that cause a problem?
Anytime you're not with us, it causes a problem. Right?
No, I meant from a quorum standpoint.
Which is
I don't think so. We'd still have 5.
Yeah, we're still good. Well, we'd have 4. We'd have 5. Yeah. 4. That's right.
4.
We'd be down to 4. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't causing a problem like I
Well,
normally
it would
am.
be better if you stay, but
4.
that's
Okay. 4.
Agenda item number 10, GV 2103-017, 1085 South 4th Street. Brian House or Yard Solutions?
Yard Solutions, Scott Remus.
For a second. Okay, would you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but?
I do.
State your name, please.
Scott Remus, Yard Solutions.
Jacqueline, what do we got?
Okay, this application is proposing to install Belden Bellcrest brick paper patio and walk at the rear of the house and around the east side to the front door. All existing concrete steps are to stay in place unchanged. The applicant would like to install bluestone stepping stone with gravel joints along the west side of the house to the drive. They'd like to install property line fence along the north side to match the style of the existing fence on the west side using treated lumber. The fence is to start at the existing brick pillar height and arc up to 6 feet privacy fence on the west side. So at the February 16th business meeting, the commission noted that the taller section of the fence should be behind the house facade and past the first window, and asking that the fence transition be shown on the site plan. So in response to commissioner questions and feedback, the applicant has confirmed that the brick and walk paving will be set on top of a permeable aggregate base and submitted an additional photo, site plan, and fence specs. So the submitted site plan now indicates the taller section of the fence is to start at the beginning of the house facade. So staff does recommend approval with conditions, and the condition being that the taller fence begin past the first window. And this is based on the standards for site improvements, specifically letters A and B.
Okay. Anything to add, sir?
No, I guess the thing I would mention is that I have it, I would prefer to start 6 foot at the facade, not behind that first window, since that is kind of, it's the side of the house that's utilized mainly as the back, right, with the patio seating back there and whatnot, and they prefer to have a little bit more privacy to start before that first window as opposed to behind it. So we prefer to start the fence at the facade of the 6 foot height at the facade of the house, and not behind that first window. But other than that, the changes that you had mentioned or that you would ask for are all consistent with what I replied.
Commissioners? I guess the question is whether we see that there are exigent circumstances to this that would allow us to break the precedent of remaining behind the first window on a residence. The only thing I can see, and I'm not saying that I agree with it, I'm just saying the only thing I can see is in fact that there is no rear yard on this property, and the rear yard is really to the side of the house, and therefore is more visible than it would normally be were it a rear yard. As I say, I'm not sure I buy that, but that would be the case. I think that's the case that was just made.
And that is kind of the argument that I had. Just like you said, the rear of the house, which is the west side, is it's like 4 feet, so there's no rear yard, and have somewhat privacy. They're not covering up along the east side, so it would give a little bit of privacy, but it'd still be opened up. If you were walking down the sidewalk or driving, you'd still be able to see in there, but not into the window from that point.
Commissioners? Crickets.
So the Am I muted? No, I'm not.
Nope, we got you.
I'm trying to understand. So the adjacent garage, though, you'd see that fence pretty predominantly as you come down, correct?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean the fence that we want to install or
Yeah.
that fence?
The one you want to install.
Okay. You will see it. Yeah, it's going to come past that garage, correct? Because it's going all the way to that last brick pier on the corner. It's going to start out at that height just underneath that cap, and then scallop or arc up to that 6-foot height at the facade of the house, which is roughly, I put that in my thing. I forget how far that was. I think it was about, I think it was like 5.5 feet or something like that. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was 7.5 feet from the pillar to the front of the house.
And so, Jay, the precedence is behind the first window.
Right.
And if it was put behind the first window, it actually would be pretty much in line with that adjacent garage, it looks like. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. It'd be just slightly in front of that, maybe like a foot or two in front of that garage.
And let me give another piece of context to this that makes this a little bit different from the typical situation where we're talking about adjacency to the houses. And that is that where that precedent was set, were in places where it comes from, were in places where there was only 6 feet or so, 6 to 10 feet between the house and the fence.
Mm-hmm.
So when you had a fence that came to the front of the house, you really were blocking the view of the house, even walking down the street. And in this case, there's a much greater distance between the fence. The fence is actually much closer to the garage than it is to the house. So it is, again, a slightly different view of this. I mean, for my way of thinking, I would be content with the transition beginning at the front of the house rather than at the front of the house. Rather than, you know, I would like the transition to start where the dotted line is and to transition up in that first section of fence that kind of would put it at the full height right about the time you get to the window.
Okay. And
that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, the homeowner would prefer to start, earlier, like I had mentioned, but
sure,
if that's what you guys want, then, we can adjust that. In the picture that you see now.
First, let me stop you there. We'll vote on what you want us to vote on, item A, and item B. I'm one person sitting here. There are 4 others who are going to vote on this. So don't take my guidance as, whole writ here.
Okay.
Yeah, the picture there, it's interesting too. The picture that's up, you can see the fence for the adjacent house obviously extends beyond that too.
And that goes about to that fence going along their garage comes out at that, I'm assuming 6-foot height. It comes out to about where the brick wall is on our property.
Okay.
Well, I'm a little bit torn, and the fact that the fence is there on the other side coming out so far, I think almost makes it made me less inclined to support it coming out further because it's kind of creating a little tunnel.
I kind of agree, Jeff, actually, as we're talking about it, because you're actually creating, you're right, it's like more enclosed, right?
Yeah. Although I wish I had a picture with a drawing of where the fence would be from the public way on that a little bit south of the but from the sidewalk.
And maybe further back so you could see the other fence and property and stuff, Jeff. And,
that same position that far north, but maybe a little bit so I could see what it looks like from the sidewalk approaching the house.
It's visible on Google Earth.
Yeah.
If you go down this street.
Let me take a look.
Karen, what's your feeling of, what's your, first of all, are we talking about wood at that point or iron?
No,
Talking about wood.
it's all wood.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because when we look at this photograph, I'm looking at it going, oh, it's
That-
iron, it's
Yeah.
clear, it's not so bad.
Yeah, the photograph looks like iron.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a very
I
rough
get it.
sketch that I put together. For
Yeah.
No,
I-
yeah, it's meant to be wood.
I personally think that it's not an issue to start the 6-foot height at the building line. I mean, the thing that's interesting is the adjacent garage and fence around that property is a rear line property condition and a side yard property condition. You know, so essentially along that section of the street, you have a 6-foot fence that's, you know, pretty much sitting on the property line to what would be the south of the garage and driveway. And I don't see a problem with giving them the transition zone and, you know, on their side lot like that, as long as the 6-foot fence doesn't come forward of the house line, because I think it would be odd, you know, because of the way the door and everything works with the windows, it would be pretty odd to pop a 6-foot to make a transition there.
When in doubt, listen to Karen McCoy.
Well, and as I look at the Google Earth, I feel better about it too, Karen, actually.
Okay.
Like it feels more open than you think.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now.
Because you have the adjacent homeowners landscape there.
Yeah, the
On the
boxwood.
south side of the fence, yeah.
Property, yeah, so that's gonna be on the outside of the fence.
Anyone else? Someone want to make a motion?
Well, let's where were we? Item number GV 2103-017. Make a motion to approve as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any question on the motion?
I guess we're clarifying that the 6-foot portion of the fence starts at the building line.
In
That's
line with
right.
the building, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Which is how it was submitted in the application, I believe, right?
Clarification
Yeah.
as part of the submission. Okay, Commissioner Durst.
Aye.
Ferriel.
Aye.
McCoy.
Aye.
Foley.
Aye.
Danzer votes aye. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Have a good evening.
Mr. Chair, if I may, in the interest of not getting in the middle of another application, I am going to drop off Niall. Thank you all for your time. The 2.5-month-old needs me.
But we all need you. Okay, go away. Have a good evening.
Won't cry all night.
Agenda item number 11, GV 2103-018-566 South 4th Street. William Hugus for the defense.
I'm here.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but?
I do. William Hugus, architect.
Jacqueline, what are we doing?
This application involves proposed alterations to previously approved plans regarding a modern addition and a garage. And that includes removing a large casement window at the south dormer from the plans and to add 2 wood French doors, which would be Lincoln and 36 inches high, with a 4-inch French iron balcony that would be black. The applicant would also like to replace the existing proposed garage doors with smooth wood veneer insulated doors, which would be the Clopay Canyon Bridge series, and number 1, design 13, and would be primed and painted black in the field. So at the February 2021 DPP hearing, the Commission asked for clarification on whether the proposed balcony materials are fully iron and the applicant has confirmed that the balcony material will be iron. So staff recommends approval with any clarifications to be submitted to staff prior to final approval. And that recommendation is based on the standards for alteration, specifically numbers 9 and 12.
Mr. Hugus.
The client unexpectedly directed the contractor to change the large casement window to a door, which forces us to put a railing on it, obviously. The difference in the rough openings between the two, they're both 34 inches wide rough opening. The door is 82 inches high off the floor, and the casement window was 78. So we've lowered the window sill down to the floor 4 inches. Unfortunately, I wasn't informed of this until it was done. So the railing design is a standard railing we've used before. Whether or not we have necking on it doesn't matter to me or the client.
Well, and why did you draw it?
It is an iron railing with a powder coat black finish, mounted in the jambs, between the jambs of the door, not on the face.
What is the molded cap?
I'm sorry?
When you say molded cap, you mean a shape. You're talking about shape, not material, correct?
Right.
Okay. Anything to give you a hard time.
Okay. Listen, this garage door situation, you've already known about the fiasco. We finally found a clopay that everyone seems to accept. Smooth, paintable finish, so I'm over it. Sorry.
So those are the only two things that we're doing here.
Correct.
Commissioners, any questions? Someone want to make a motion? Please.
Item number GV 2103-018, 566 South 4th Street. Move to approve as presented.
Your second?
Second.
Okay, those in favor. Durst.
Aye.
God, sorry. Ferriel.
Aye.
McCoy.
Aye.
Oh, he's gone. Panzer's an aye.
Thank you.
All right. Later. GV 2103-019 is not going to be here. They're tabled.
Correct, they're tabled.
Number 13, GV 2103-020-1156 Jaeger.
Hi, I'm Elena Andrews. I am here to present as the applicant.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, all the truth, nothing but?
Yes, I do.
And like we didn't hear 12 seconds ago, what's your name?
My name's Elena Andrews.
Great. Jacqueline, what do we got?
Okay, so there has been some modifications to the application based on commissioner feedback. As it stands, the applicant is proposing to rebuild the existing masonry terrace on the south side of the home, and a landscape and hardscape plan for the property was previously approved under GV 20-11-030. The owners decided that prior to investing in completion of the approved landscape plan, that the terrace should be rebuilt as it is failing in certain areas, including deterioration of the concrete wall coping, cracks in the concrete, failing mortar joints in the concrete wall, and spalling at the front of the block. So the intent is to replace the existing terrace within the same footprint with new block that will now match the appearance of the existing. And a 4-inch limestone coping will be used for the walls to match the existing proportion and improve the material's longevity and adhere to the German village aesthetic. And the existing checker pattern of painted concrete will be replaced with an alternating bluestone and travertine pavers. And the steps will be rebuilt as a concrete base with bluestone treads and would be clad in stone veneer to match the house. And this steps would have black handrails that will be provided on the house side of each stair. So at the business meeting, the commission requested context photos of the proposed work area that are stepped back to get an idea of what will be visible from the public right of way. And the applicant has submitted additional photos for this. The commission noted that the existing rusticated concrete block is likely historic material to the porch and may date to the circa 1920s, and noting that rubble stone cladding would not be appropriate as previously proposed, and that if replacement materials were needed, that historic materials should be replaced in kind. The commission also noted that the cracks appeared to be largely following joint lines, and that the block appears to be repairable from the submitted photos. So the applicant has submitted additional information in response to the commission feedback, and also has revised the application and submitted an updated site plan, photos, and specs. The applicant has done some additional research and has found a company called Classic Rock Face Block that has many of the original molds used by companies like Sears and Roebuck to produce the concrete block. And through photos, this company was able to match the appearance of the block. So the applicant has relayed that the Classic Rock Face Block sales rep stated that this kind of block is around 75 to 100 years old and at the end of the life expectancy, and that the company has been seeing increasing sales due to the failure of the material occurring throughout the United States at this time, and that the company does recommend replacement over repair. The applicant has acknowledged that the crack lines do appear along the joint line, but also notes that the front of the block is falling and deteriorating as well. So based on these the updates to the application, staff does recommend approval as revised with any clarifications to be submitted to staff. And this is based on the standards for alterations, specifically number 6, as well as the standards for site improvements, specifically letter A.
Thank you. The only thing I heard that gave me a little bit of pause has to do with the limestone veneer on the face of this. First of all, thank you for researching this. Thank you for going back to the manufacturer. That is exactly the right way to do these things. It'll be replaced in kind. It will truly be replaced in kind.
Yes.
And it's just exactly the way this stuff is supposed to be done when these materials are A, at their life expectancy, and B, still available. And that's terrific. And we're glossing over it very quickly, but we're glossing over it very quickly because it's very slick in terms of it being exactly the right thing to do. So we can move on to the stuff that we want to question a little bit, which are the side of the steps.
Okay.
And that's as I say, that's the only thing that gave me pause here is that facing this, because the steps are contemporary with the porch, not with the house, they would not be faced with the same type of stone that is on the foundation of the house. They would either be a smooth cut stone or be faced with a similar material to the face of that block. Probably.
Well, if I can jump in.
Sure.
One, Jacqueline, thank you so much for, I don't have to say anything because you did a great job explaining everything. But it was really exciting to be able to talk to this company, and they have something like 20 plus molds that they've found all throughout the world. So if you ever run into this again, I would highly recommend talking to them. You can send them photographs and they can match a lot of different patterns of the faces of the concrete block. So that's very exciting for me personally to have found out. For the side of the steps, we don't necessarily at this point, we don't want to, in the revised application, want to have the kind of the rubble rock veneer, but instead what we were hoping is doing a smooth face limestone veneer so that it looks, that it just matches a little bit more of the coping. And so it would be a smooth finish on that for both the riser. And then there's only the one side of the step that you're going to see on the south facing elevation of the step to the east of the step, or east of the patio, excuse me. So we were looking to do that as limestone, as like a thin veneer rather than doing the rubble rock, just to kind of keep everything look a little bit smoother. The concern about keeping it with the exposed concrete is that starts to fail over time. And so we wanted to basically kind of, protect the concrete with the bluestone treads and then the limestone veneer on the sides.
Okay. Jacqueline, you good with that?
Yes, especially, so this is smooth faced and it's not matching the textured appearance of the foundation.
Nope, nope. It would be smooth, like matching the appearance of the coping, like what you would see kind of a traditional limestone coping.
Okay.
Commissioners, any questions? Someone want to care to make a motion?
Yes, so this is.
Hold on for a second. Any questions from anyone? I heard a.
My only comment was where the smooth veneer engages the molded block at the side of the steps is that you'll have to define some kind of detail, I think, there.
Okay.
Because the blocks, is going to wrap around and your stair is going to engage it. I mean, I think the block could be coped or something can happen, but it will be a tricky detail.
Okay.
Commissioner Ferriel, I believe you were making a motion.
Yeah, there's too many architectural details amendment that I can't articulate.
That's why we leave it to you to articulate the.
Well, that's why we have Karen.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so
We can just leave it to you two people altogether. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Somebody make a
so
motion.
item number GV 2103020 1156 Yeager Street. Move for approval with the amendment of replacing the porch foundation with the cast block that replaces like for like, and that the applicant create a good detail at the intersection of the smooth face stair veneer where it intersects the foundation of the porch.
Second, I can do that.
Any questions on the motion? Those in favor, Commissioner Durst.
Aye.
Commissioner Ferriel.
Aye.
Commissioner McCoy.
Aye.
Danzer votes aye. Ayes have it. Moving on.
Thank you. So can I just share that detail with Jacqueline?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Thanks.
Sorry, bit of housekeeping here. Okay, moving on. Agenda item number 14, GV 2103021 932 936 South Pearl. We have someone here for South Pearl.
Yes, Harry Bound.
We need you on camera. We need a little more of you on camera.
There you got it.
Okay.
Can you see?
Yeah, and who else do we have here?
His son, Matthew Bound.
Okay. Would you both raise your right hands, please? You swear to tell the truth, all the truth, and nothing but?
Yes.
Yes.
And each of you state your name, please.
Harry Bound.
Matthew Bound.
Okay. Jacqueline.
This application is proposing to add a curb cut and concrete driveway to match the north side on the other side of the duplex. The current area consists of an open patch of grass, and South Pearl Street is now a dead-end street ending at Stewart Alternative Elementary School. The property sits behind the German Village Inn and guests park up and down South Pearl, taking spots from tenants. So past tenants have had cars broken into, and the existing curb is deteriorating and is mainly concrete with other material, including stone, mixed in. So at the business meeting, the commission requested photos or other clarification that a curb cut was historically present at the proposed location, and asked for clarification whether the proposed curb cut dimensions will be that of the existing area or will need to be expanded, and also asked whether there's a yard behind the residence or if the side yard in which the proposed driveway would be is the only yard. So the applicant has submitted additional photos of the curb, noting the curb is mostly new except for the deteriorating areas, which from the photos appear to be stone. And they have confirmed that curb cut would use the existing area and that the property has a fenced-in rear yard in addition to the side yard. And the applicant has noted that they were not sure if a curb cut was present historically. So the staff recommendation is that if a curb cut was not present historically, that repair and replacement in kind of that stone and curb take place. And that is based on the standards for site improvements, letter A.
Mr. Bound,
Yes.
would you care to add anything?
Well, the reason that we are even asking for this is, like it said, that the curb is deteriorating. The area is, matter of fact, it was overgrown, and we just had to pull everything out. Right now, it's just a mud pit. And so we either have to put grass there, which we're afraid if we do, it's going to end up being a place for the homeless to sleep like they've done in the past. And if we can duplicate the other side, it would be attractive. And it's got a sizable backyard on both sides, which is unusual in German Village. And we think it would add to the value of the property. And plus the fact that it's on a dead end street, it's not interrupting any German Village access. If you go up and down the street, all it is garages to the people on the other side. And the one picture that was sent showed there's some people have driveways which are just gravel driveways. So if we have this professionally done, which we will, it will actually improve the property, in my opinion.
Sorry, I had a question and it just went in and out. I think the challenge we've got right now, among other things, is that we have a very specific set of requirements, or set of characteristics, I guess. Oh, I know what the question was. Is there parking on that side of Pearl Street?
Yes. You mean the side that the property's on?
Yeah.
On the street, yeah.
Yes, there's on-street parking there. And that does bring me back to the 6 characteristics, or depending on which piece of paper you're looking at, 7 characteristics, that are the things that we are instructed to look at in evaluating addition of a curb cut. And I think that, and I'm not looking at my set. Jeff, do you have yours?
Yep.
Can you go through them, please?
Yeah, so this is on page 175 of the guidelines in the 2005 amendments. So it's construction of new curb cuts for driveways or private parking is generally not appropriate due to the disruption of the historic streetscape and the street rhythm of the historic district. And then it specifies criteria that may be considered in determining whether the proposed curb cut, say that 3 times fast, is appropriate. New curb cut and drive follow historical neighborhood patterns. Historic site or neighborhood fabric is not affected. Curb cut is from an alley. All existing on-street parking is retained as a result of the new curb cut. Pedestrian flow is not impeded, and new sloped aprons should not be used, should not overlap with the sidewalks.
Just so, and if you look at South Pearl Street, if you look at, go up and down the street on our side, it's just driveway after driveway after driveway after driveway. So and there's no cars going back and forth. So it's not impeding any traffic. It's not impeding any people walking, I wouldn't think, if that was what the first thing was that you stated.
There are
one of the factors.
Yeah, exactly. I think that if we look at these one at a time, and I did open my book, curb cut, drive, and drive follow historical neighborhood patterns. I think that's a judgment call. Clearly there have been a number of curb cuts allowed, either allowed or that simply came into existence on that street. So I think that one, as I say, is a judgment call. The historic site or neighborhood fabric is not affected. I think that again is a judgment call. One of the things that would happen here is that we'd be losing a side yard, which is very much part of the neighborhood fabric. Curb cut is from an alley. As much as some people like to think of Pearl as being an alley, it's not, it's a street. All the existing on-street parking is retained as a result of the new curb cut. And that was the genesis of the question that I asked, whether there was parking allowed on that side of the street. One of the ways you can look at that, and looking at this plan, I think the answer is that you would absolutely lose parking. Sometimes if you do a parking study, you can actually find that because of where the existing curb cuts are and where streets intersect, you can find that even subtracting 10 feet of width for a curb cut does not wind up losing any on-street parking spaces. I think that that would not be the case here. Pedestrian flow is not impeded by the new curb cut. I think that one is somewhat problematic. The last one, no new slope aprons should not overlap with sidewalks. That's just impossible. Given, and you can see what was done on the other side of the property, where the curb, where the apron goes right across, took out the entire sidewalk basically.
And in the and Mr. Chairman, in the house directly to the north or to the south of this, there's apparently a garage and a curb cut, which there's no way you would fit a parking space between the proposed curb cut and the existing curb cut immediately to the south.
That was exactly my point when I said there's no way that you would not wind up losing on-street parking. You necessarily lose 20 feet of usable space between the 10 feet of the curb cut and the 10 feet that exists between the driveway and where the curb cut would be. You'd unquestionably lose that space. The other thing we have looked at, and again, I'm trying to look at all sides of this, is if what you're doing is taking a couple of cars off the street and putting them onto private property that would otherwise be on the street, that is something that we have looked at in the past. So curb cuts are very difficult. You know, these 6 bullet points that we are instructed to look at as part of our evaluation make it quite difficult. It's a really high hurdle, and I guess we can go along the commissioners. Here there are 4 commissioners currently here. You would need, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, you need 3 of them, correct?
I believe so.
3 out of 4. You need a majority. You don't need the super majority of 4 commissioners anymore. You just need a majority, which would be 3.
As long as we have a quorum, you need a majority of commissioners present and voting.
One thing,
present.
May I interject one more thing?
Absolutely.
I have called, we've owned this property since I think 2008. And I've called Columbus on numerous occasions because the curbs are disintegrating, and what's happening then is the brick sidewalks that they have are falling apart, and they've since 2008 said it's not high on our priority list. So I thought, and obviously it's your call, but I thought that by doing what we're thinking of doing, it would make it look less of an eyesore. Because right now, you can
maintaining the sidewalk is your responsibility, not the city's responsibility. And am
I supposed to replace the curb?
Actually, yeah, I believe that's part of your responsibility as well.
I didn't get that.
There is a stone bank, so sometimes applicants can receive, material which can lower the cost.
I'd be happy to do it, but that I got the impression from City of Columbus that it was their responsibility when they get around to it.
That would be absolute news to me.
Well, I mean, like I said, I swore to tell the truth. That's what the guy told me.
No, I don't question that you've I don't question that you've heard that.
None of us are going to live long enough for the city to get around to it.
I know. They'll keep increasing your taxes. That's the only thing they're going to do.
Well, as is always, the other thing that is worth noting here is that we are short. We're down to 4 commissioners here. We can vote on your application as submitted. You can withdraw it or you can amend it. If we vote on it and deny it, you can appeal that denial of the certificate. And you should look closely at what the grounds for appeal are, if you're interested in going that route, because it's not often, and we don't get overturned very often, but it's certainly been known to happen.
Well, you know,
and you can actually appeal it back to the commission under various grounds as well.
Yeah, well, I probably won't do that. I mean, I've just spent $8,000 on rehabbing the 2 front doors of this place. That's why the one looks like it is right now, because I went and had that preservation company, do the 2, because that's what you wanted. We put lights on the outside of it because that motel across the way does a lot of prostitution and drug dealing, and they use the people that are their patrons come and park in front, which all we were trying to do with this is just to make it a more safe environment for our tenants. So if you turn it down, I'll probably let it stay the way it is. And up until this point, in October, that side was just overrun with vegetation. I mean, we just had to tear everything out. And like I say, we've actually had situations, even when it was overrun vegetation, we had to get the police over there because we had vagrants sleeping on that open area, and that's exactly what they do.
Am I right? I'm looking at this on Google Earth, and it looks like almost the entire street on that side is in fact curb cut.
Pretty much, and some of them, even though on the other side when I bought it, it doesn't even look like it's a curb cut. It looked like whatever they did was they just put concrete over top of the curb, and just it's sort of like a big hump to get into it. But if you go,
no, I'm looking. It looks like there's garages all up and down that side of the street.
Going south, you're right. These are the garages to the house on the other street, and there's
the only on-street parking there is in front of this house and in front of the house immediately to the north of you. Is that right?
Yes, that's
that
correct.
would be, yeah. So the only good, but the positive thing about it, if you want to look at it, this is now a dead end street. There's not a lot of, the only people that should be parking there would be the people on that street, and it would eliminate the drug dealers from, parking their Beamers there.
So I have a question. Are your tenants parking in that empty space, like just driving over the curb to park there?
Oh, it's all mud. It's all mud right now. Matter of fact, that side's vacant, and we just rehabbed it in the inside, and we wanted to put the off-street parking because that's what everybody would like to have. At least that's what they're telling us. And I mean, I'd keep the money in my pocket and not worry about it. But the thing is like I say, I'm just doing this more for safety reasons than anything else. And we thought, my son and I, that with all that, the way it is right now, it's just the whole street. It's primarily just the access to the garages that are on the other street. And then there's a school. Then you got a huge parking lot, next door that they just made, but it used to be next to Manicor. And
Hi,
then,
Mr. Bound, I think we understand the situation. I think you understand our situation. And I also encourage you, I'm saying this with deadly seriousness. I encourage you to look at the grounds for appeal of this, should it not go in your favor.
okay, I hear you, but like I say, the thing is I mean, I've got, I can't have this drag on for months. That's all.
Okay, that's totally your call. That being said, is there a motion on this application?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is GV 21-03-021. I move to approve it as submitted.
Second.
Those in favor, Commissioner Durst,
Nay.
Commissioner Ferriel,
Nay.
Commissioner McCoy,
You're muted, Karen.
I'm voting yes on the basis of the existing street context.
Panzer votes no. I would say that, and again, so this is not recommended for a certificate. You'll be getting a note from HPO along with the information about how to file an appeal on this. And seriously, I urge you to consider it strongly. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank
Moving
you.
on. Agenda item 15, GV 21-03-022A 670 Mohawk. Somebody from Columbus Design LLC.
Yes, I'm here, Karen Sherrill.
Okay, hold on for a second. Would you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, all truth, and nothing but?
Yes, I do.
And your name?
Derek Sherrill.
Okay. Jacqueline, what we got? Uh-oh. We don't have Jacqueline. Jacqueline, did we lose you?
There's something wrong with her internet at the moment.
Her name's still there, but she's muted.
Yeah, and she's got a little mark
right.
next to her that's not looking good. Hold on for a sec.
Mr. Chairman, it might be a good time to take a little break anyway for a moment.
That's a good plan. Can we literally take a real 5 and come back? Hopefully Jacqueline will have managed to figure out her world. And then she's going to come back and we'll all be gone and she'll wonder what's going on.
We couldn't go on without her.
All right, we'll see you back here in 5 minutes.
Hey Noah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, I
think the
lost
commission-
connection.
No, you're good. Commissioners are taking a quick break.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Just while we're sitting here, Kim, are you having any internet issues at all? There.
Jacqueline, we got you back.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Sorry, I was out for a second, and it's just weird when you're not there physically and you're just ejected.
So sometimes these meetings seem to go on and on and on and get very tedious. But if you've been in a faculty meeting, you will appreciate how warm and engaging and interesting these meetings are by contrast.
That is a good look on the bright side.
Well, I forget who it was attributed to. I forget who it's attributed to. Academic politics are so bitter because the stakes are so small.
I was just trying to remember that exact same saying. Yes, I have heard that
I've
before.
sometimes heard it attributed to Kissinger.
I believe it.
So I lost connectivity towards the end of the previous application. I think you were moving on to the next one. I couldn't hear if the basis for denial was given or not.
Did not. It actually it wasn't.
Nope.
At another room. It did not conform to the requirements of the 2005 guidelines amendment for curb cuts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we should be back on the record. Is everybody here? Teresa? Marco?
And Jacqueline, it was mentioned that although the name of that street is Pearl Alley, it is nevertheless a street.
Thank you. I'll put that in the notes. That's helpful to have.
Teresa Durst, still waiting. She didn't believe me when I said 5 minutes.
Well, I was kind of supposed to go off and do something else at 6 o'clock too, but I told the person whose class I was going to visit, that I would not be able to do that if I was needed to maintain a quorum. So I'm glad I told him that.
Appreciate it.
Jerissa?
I'm back.
Hey, there we
There
go.
she is.
I had to feed the dog.
Oh God, I hope my, hold on for, literally, hold on for a second. I gotta yell.
Don't forget to feed the dog.
Hold on for, I really apologize. I gotta send my wife an email or a text. She's at the front of the house.
I have the morning cat feeding duties. Cheryl has the afternoon, the evening cat feeding duties. So we're good. I think we hear them, Jay.
Yes, she's a little miffed at this point. Okay, moving on. Back to agenda item number 15, GV 2103022A 670 Mohawk. And I believe that Carrick Cheryl is with us and sworn in. Did we swear? Did we
Yes,
swear
I
you?
am.
We did.
Yes, we did. Okay, Jacqueline, now that you're back with us and we could all.
Okay, yeah, I
party
just
here.
want to know, I think Mr. Sherrill sent an email during this meeting, which I only got a very quick glance at. But it looks like there's been some updates to the application, so I'll let him state that once we finish up here. But basically, the proposed work is to remove an existing non-historic single-story four-car garage and to construct 2 new cottages with shared garage space. So this application was previously reviewed as conceptual under GV-20-12-040. And there are variance recommendations included, which I believe may have changed, but before that, they were for section 332.037, the R-2F residential district to permit a 3-dwelling unit building, and section 3312.25, maneuvering to reduce maneuvering area from 20 feet to 13 foot per parcel for the common maneuvering area for the garage parking on area C and area D, while 27-foot maneuvering area is provided and applicable easement will be provided for the common use of the maneuvering area. They would like to reduce the maneuvering area from 20 feet to 3 feet to 12 feet for parking spaces on area A and B, while 20 foot of maneuvering area is provided with the common maneuvering area with the total maneuvering area on area A, area B, area C, and area D. As there's section 3312.49 regarding the minimum number of parking spaces required, and that is they're reducing from 4 spaces and 6 spaces to 3 spaces and 2 spaces for area A and B respectively. And then there's section 332.05A4, which is area district lot width requirements. And that is to reduce the lot width from 50 feet to 41.25 feet for all the areas. And then section 332.14, the R2F area district requirements, and this is to reduce the lot area from 6,000 square foot to 4,440 square foot, and to reduce a 4,345 square foot and 2,249 square foot and 2,344 square foot for all the areas. And section 3332.19, fronting to permit a principal building to not front on public street as defined, while the proposed single-family dwellings on area C will front on Macon Alley. And section 3332.25, the maximum side yards required to reduce the total side yard from 8.3 feet or 20% down to 7 feet for the existing dwellings on area A and area B for the existing combined side yards. And section 3332.26, which is minimum side yard permitted. The applicant would like to reduce the minimum side yard from 5 foot to 2 foot for the existing south side yards of the existing dwellings located in area A and area B. And finally, section 3332.27, rear yard, and is to reduce the rear yard from 25% of the lot area to 11% and 10% for area C and areas D. So at the business meeting, the commission did ask if the previous questions regarding lot splitting and driving across adjacent parking areas have since been resolved. And generally, staff recommends approval as the application seems to be approval and generally consistent with the standards for new construction.
Mr. Carrick, do you have anything to add to this?
I don't have much to add. I wanted to just clarify the very minor changes that were made to the variances. We added a variance for in section 3332.21 item D for building lines that staff wanted us to paper over the setback for the buildings that actually front Mohawk, where they're only set back like 4.1 feet. So we added a dimension on our variance site plan for the buildings that, the existing buildings that front Mohawk. And then there was on item, on number 6, there was just a typo where area C was said twice instead of area C and area D. So those are the very minor changes to the variances. In terms of the proposal, I think Jacqueline, excuse me, did a good job of presenting it, and I'll just take your comments on the architecture if there are any, and we'll move forward.
First question I have is, what is poly ash lap siding?
So last time we met, a suggestion was made that the siding were to be the boral siding, and so the poly ash siding is the technical makeup of that product that seems to be primarily only manufactured by Boral, but you know, we try to not use manufacturer names. We try to use product names.
Yeah, we don't like when people do that. It makes us nervous.
Oh, okay.
I get your point, but the issue is that I don't believe that Boral is making lap siding for this market at this time. That, I mean,
all right.
we've heard that a few times recently, but so our concern becomes when someone says, well, Hardy is just like that, right? And we go, no, not really, not at all.
If the Boral is not available or not being manufactured in our region currently, we could move to staff approval of wood siding. Would that be acceptable?
It would. The next question is, are the windows specified? And I'm getting into this. We probably should be doing the other things first, but I don't believe that the window materials are specified.
Yes, sheet A32, we're proposing the Pella Impervia casement windows.
And those are off of the, sorry, I see they are.
Yeah.
And those are off of the approved list? Okay.
Yep.
See, you do like manufacturers' names. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Roofing material, the slate lines, fine.
We actually call out Boral as manufacturer on sheet A30 for the siding.
Got it. No, I see you do. Yep. And maybe Boral is back with that. I don't know. I don't know why they stopped it. Let's talk about the site for a second. So my question is, and I'm starting to count on my fingers here. There are a total of 10 parking spaces on this site. Is that correct?
I believe there's 11. There's 3 in each garage.
That's 6.
And then 5 surface spaces.
Oh, I guess I thought that the space to the north is just maneuvering space, but that actually is one of the spaces then.
Yeah.
Okay. And that covers a total of how many dwelling units? 2, 5,
There's
6,
seven
7?
total dwelling units after the new cottages.
Right.
So per like the R2F district requirements, we'd be a couple short. Did we have a variance for that? Sorry, I'm looking. Yeah, so that was because it was broken up so much by parts. It didn't seem very clear, but yeah,
I see the variance, and that's what kind of got me a little confused here. If this were simply 7 units, you would be required to have 7 times 1.5 is
10.5.
10.5 is 11. So
right.
Though you're not technically in compliance with the way R2F is phrased for multifamily or for multi-unit housing, which is practically speaking what you're doing here, you would be in compliance.
That is correct. We are providing the appropriate number of parking spaces for multifamily. But because the way that they're kind of split across different lots, and the variances will, there will be plenty of easements that are required to make this whole kit and caboodle work.
Can't even imagine. Not my problem. It's for Jeff to have nightmares about. Commissioners?
I have to say I'm not a favor of the amount of paved space and the loss of green space with this proposal.
Well, that's the biggest problem. We're turning a couple of yards into driveways.
Into a parking lot.
Right.
We are proposing for the surface spaces that are actually spaces, not the maneuvering area between the garages. We are proposing for that to be impervious pavers. You could imagine that these parking spaces and the way that they're arranged, could likely be used as patio spaces when they aren't being occupied by vehicles. You could imagine that some of these dwelling units don't have as many cars as what is required by the zoning code, and the surface that we're providing here, really does get used more as community patio space for all of these dwelling units. I don't think that would be terribly uncommon. The arrangement of the parking area and the angle of it is really designed around keeping the very old mature tree that is actually growing into the up and through the balcony of the southern unit that fronts Mohawk. So, there's a very significant existing canopy cover here that we will not be disturbing. So, you could really imagine that this backyard gets used for more than parking.
I would contend that if you compact that area for parking, you will be disturbing that tree. That tree's been growing in that lawn area with that, root space. And given how close it is to the existing building and where the existing garage is located, I would imagine that that entire lawn is full of tree roots.
There's certainly potential there. The idea of the owner of this property is to do whatever is necessary to, keep that tree to be healthy, which is primarily one of the reasons we're using, or we had originally proposed to use pervious paver system.
Yeah, they would ideally have to be set on a structural soil or a sand-based soil.
So I guess I'm skeptical that people will use this as a patio when they're home, to use it as a patio. Their cars will be there.
That's true.
And the patio is, even if it's patio, it's not green space.
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. I think there's lots of homes in German Village and the German Village area that have very little grassy yard space, and there's lots of homes that are landscaped nicely between the rear of the home and the garage, and there are patios, and landscaped mulch beds, which I would imagine that is the result of what you've got going on here. I don't think that from the sky that this area will look terribly different than other backyards. Yes, the shapes are a little odd, but in terms of the percentage of hardscape versus landscape, I think it's going to be very similar.
Just for curiosity, why not use permeable pavers for the driveway as well?
It's certainly an option. I think, as we were discussing it, just the amount of turning and backing up that's going to be going on between the garages was going to be greater. The maintenance of the pervious pavers would be a little more difficult, but if that were to be something that would get folks over the hump for this application, then it could certainly be considered.
I mean, it's getting back some of the permeable surface that's being lost.
Sure.
And also keeping what is almost certainly going to be a decent amount of water from flowing out into Macon Alley. Teresa?
I'm not against the whole plan idea, but yes, we've had a lot of conversations in the past about the paving over of German Village as a whole. So yes, if we could get some of that impervious pavers in, I guess that would be a fair compromise.
we're not opposed to making that a condition of the approval to change the driveway between the garages to pervious, so that it's all pervious.
And the guidelines on this point on page 105 are, so they talk about lot coverage and green space, but they're a little bit muddy. They talk about preserving open yard space in the center of the property, and at the same time refer to lot covering the lot with structures, not wanting to do that. So this is not covering the lot with structures, it's preserving open space, but paved open space.
Karen, the best bet for that whole back area of the two-car parking spaces is to do it with structural soil and then a sand bed for pavers? Did we lose Karen?
Nope, I was just chatting to myself. I'm unmuted now. Actually, Silvacells are kind of the preferred standard, which is actually a product that's put in the ground that has voids in it. And it gives you the bearing for the pavement on top, but it gives you all kinds of soil space and root space below. And that would be one recommendation. The other is to use a sand-based structural soil underneath that. And then you would also want to make sure that when you're constructing it, that you air spade around the roots. And I would suggest that the best bet would be to have an arborist on site when that's done.
What was the first type of soil you were talking about?
It's called Silvacells, S-I-L-V-A, Silvacells, and it's actually, it's almost like milk crates that are in the ground, if that makes sense. And they have voids.
Yeah, I've seen that actually. I've seen that with gravel fill for a yard. Friend of ours did it.
Yeah, and that's the preferred recommendation to allow, because the Silvacells have such a bearing capacity that you can have, regular nutritious soil inside those for the tree.
So if that were used for the 4 parking spaces and the space between them, kind of that boomerang shape area, and then they went to permeable pavers for the balance of the driveway. Environmentally, do you think that that's more or less neutral?
It's the best case for the retaining the tree. I think it would be good to have an arborist recommendation on that tree.
The matriarch of the owner of the property is very endeared to that tree. So we aren't treating it without care. So I've written down this information, and we'll certainly be considering those things as we move forward.
I guess the question is, would you like to add those to your application? Would you like to amend your application?
I am certainly okay changing all of the paving surface to permeable pavers as a condition of the approval. The research behind the soil and engaging an arborist, that's not something that I can commit to right here on the phone. But it's certainly something that I think my client would consider and would probably find important.
All right.
So just to clarify a fact for me, in terms of lot coverage, the percentage of lot coverage with structures, this application is basically okay because of the existing garage that's being removed and the amount of parking space, or it was hard for me to see the actual lot coverage calculations.
Yeah, the way that it's being split, I honestly don't have the calculation of the current square footage of the garage. But, we're obviously taking out the middle. I would imagine that, we're slightly larger in terms of structure coverage of the total lot area, but it wouldn't be significantly more. I mean, the outline of the existing garage is there on the drawing. It extends further north and further south than the footprint of the homes that the cottages that we've proposed. Obviously, the new buildings extend further west, but we're obviously not taking up the footprint in the middle.
Well,
25% of lot area to 11. Okay.
Yeah, I think that from a lot area, and I'm usually one of the toughest, if not the toughest on coverage. I think that this does not appreciably increase the impermeable area, which is kind of where I get to with this. When we start talking about lot coverage, there's a visual aspect of it, and then there's an environmental aspect of it. I think that this one probably serves the community pretty well in both regards. While adding multiple housing units to the area, which I think is also a good thing. But I want to make sure that everything possible is done to specifically to do what we can to give the old growth tree the best shot at surviving, but also just to stop, and what we've been talking about for years now is stop paving German Village, and I think encouraging permeable paving is necessary to do that. Excuse me for a second.
I'd be more sanguine about it even if the driveway to the back were somehow with a middle piece of grass, and I don't know about that, but it keeps a little bit of grass.
Yeah, you can't do that because it's not just a driveway to the back. It's the access.
That's right. It's a turnaround. Access to the garage. Yeah,
I was thinking exactly the same thing. I mean, visually with the permeable pavers, they tend to. I mean, it's not monolithic. I think if you get away from the concrete, I think that does a lot visually.
I agree with that.
That big slab of concrete was one of the concerns I have. Okay, listen, I don't think we're necessarily moving much here at this point. So I guess my question is, with the inability to, and I don't mean to put this in a pejorative way, but with the lack of interest in changing and specifying the structural soil to be used, the subsurface treatment to be used in the back portion of this, I think you've got a bit of a problem, and I think you might want to let this hang out for another month if
Oh,
you
I
can't
don't
commit
think
to
there's
that.
a lack of interest there. I just felt like it was.
Sorry, I want to be clear. The lack of interest, it was not your lack of interest in exploring it. It was your lack of interest in amending your application.
Sure.
Interested but not willing yet.
There you go.
No, sure. If that gets us over the hump, I know that the client is very interested in doing that. So if I was more concerned about the motion being ambiguous or confusing, but if you feel like you can make a motion that has that as a condition, then please make it.
Well, we can't make a motion that includes a condition. We can present you with options for amending your application, which would then allow us to make a motion based on that amendment. We can't change only you can change your application. We can't change your application.
Sure. We will amend our application to have permeable pavers between the garages that is currently marked as concrete, and to use the most permeable soil.
Karen, what's the term of art? Help him out here.
Well, ideally, what I think you should do is consult an arborist for the best thing to do in this situation based on the tree. And he will provide you a guideline to make sure that for how far away from the trunk you are, so that no structural roots are severed. And then you can utilize either silvicells, or ideally silvicells, or a sand-based structural soil under the permeable paving.
And the silvicells are not stupidly expensive, by the way.
Yeah, and Carrick, if you amend your motion and we approve it, and your client isn't happy, you can resubmit it. You're not required to build it the way we approve it. You
I
can
understand.
leave it as it is and reapply for something your client's happy with.
Sure. No, I duly amend our application.
Okay, Karen, it's now going to be up to you to make the motion so that we get that amendment covered correctly.
Okay. Item number GV 2103022B. Recommend for approval with the following application conditions: that an arborist be consulted regarding the mature tree, that all paving on site that is vehicular in use be permeable paving, and that grading around the tree be done with an air spade, and silvicells or structural soil are used under the vehicular parking areas where compaction is necessary.
Second, and I'd also like to say that I'm really glad we've got you here, Karen.
I do have a question or would like a clarification on that. You said all paving, and I think that the exception to that is the area which is indicated as being the new concrete apron.
Okay.
And that be
concrete.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay.
I already said that.
Moved and seconded. Hold on for 1 second. All those in favor, please say aye. Durst.
Aye.
Ferriel.
Aye.
McCoy.
Aye.
Panzer's an aye. That's 15B. We haven't done 15A, have we?
No. It's the demolition, right?
Well, it's demolition and the
It's
architecture.
demolition and the architecture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we covered the architecture.
Yeah, depends on whether we have issues with the architecture design.
Is the garage door specified?
Yes.
Where should I be looking?
I'm going to help you with that. It's A32. It's the Clopay modern steel flush panel garage door.
So that is literally flat panels.
Yep.
Okay. Not inappropriate on new construction. Any questions? Someone want to make a motion?
So that was, we voted on B, we need to vote on A.
Yep.
So I'll make a motion on 21-03.022A to approve it as submitted.
Second.
Those in favor, Durst,
Aye.
Ferriel,
Aye.
McCoy,
Aye.
Panzer votes aye. We're done. We're done with that. All right. Let's go back. Do we have someone here from agenda item number 6? Carrick, thank you very much. I look forward to coming back and seeing this project after I move. So good luck with it.
We're number 16 too, or I'm number 16.
So you're not done yet.
You're not done yet.
Okay, well, you get to
Hang
stay
on.
longer. Oh boy.
Is there number 9 here? Sorry, number 6. Anyone from number 6? Okay, let's just hold on. Okay, number 16. Yes, number 16. You are here for that. Agenda item number 16, GV 21-03-023-1140-1144 South 4th Street and 121, 139, 143, 147, 157 Thurman Avenue.
Okay, so
Tarek, you're still here and sworn in. Is there anyone else for this? I'm sorry, who was that? Logan, would you raise your right hand, please?
And Kevin Likens.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Kevin. Do you swear to tell the truth, all the truth, and nothing but?
Yes.
Say your names, please.
Kevin Likens.
Logan Finch.
Excellent. Let the record show we also have 2 letters. One from Neighbors for More Neighbors, which is part of, I assume, morecolumbusneighbors.org, and Mark Hours, who's a resident on Thurman. Those letters have been circulated to the commission. Hopefully everyone has read it and memorized them. There'll be a quiz next period. And they will be entered to into the record for this application. Jacqueline, what do we got?
okay, the applicant is seeking support to proceed to applying to the City of Columbus for parcel splits and combinations shown in the master plan. It is expected that variances from the R2F district's zoning code will be required for some of the parcels, and this will be presented at subsequent meetings. All lots are proposed to be single-family homes, with the exception of one parcel that will remain to provide parking for the commercial building in the southwest corner of Thurman and South 4th. Some dwellings are proposed to have dwelling units above detached garages, and it is understood that the support and approval of the parcel arrangements does not infer support of the building footprints, future required variances, or locations of the buildings on the parcels. So the applicant would like to move forward with surveying, civil engineering, utility, and stormwater design. So the application has previously been reviewed conceptually back in 2017, I think is the most recent. At the February business meeting from February 2021, the commission requested clarification on the applicant's opinion on the difference between a carriage house and a garage to understand the applicant's plans for those proposed buildings. And the commission asked for clarification on what kind of variances may be required. The commission also asked about the intent for dwellings on areas G, H, J, and K, as there appears that lots will have houses on lot lines and garages that will span both. And if this is to be 0 lot lines, the commission will want to understand spacing between structures. And the commission also noted that it appears that design is driving the variance request as opposed to what is existing driving the request.
Can you read that last sentence one more time?
Yes. So the commission at the business meeting noted that it appears design is driving the variance request as opposed to what is existing at the parcel is driving the request.
Okay. Did we get clarification on the carriage house definition?
No, I haven't provided that yet.
Okay. In that case, Carrick, let me shut up and you talk.
Sure. Primarily, we wanted to introduce the idea of a few carriage houses as part of this project. We haven't settled necessarily on, which parcels get carriage houses or necessarily how many of them there are. But we wanted to, have a discussion about that as we move forward. But the primary goal of this discussion today is really just to get a feel from the commission that, hey, the way that we're splitting this up is generally supported because it's a very large lot and there's some significant resources that will go into exploring, the surveying, the subsurface conditions. I mean, things like that. So we want to get an idea of, hey, this is a generally approvable project. To answer your questions about the dwelling units on area K, J, H, G, I probably could have read that in the proper alphabetical order, but
more of a challenge to do it out of order.
Sure. If you're familiar with the homes that are the varying shades of gray on North 4th Street, I think it's at the corner of North 4th, at the corner of Summit and First. There's 5 or 6 homes that are all fairly narrow, about 2.5 stories. They're all 0 lot line homes with very small setbacks on the other side and like kind of enclosed patios. That was kind of what I was imagining for those 4 homes, kind of narrow cottages that would be 0 lot line on the one side, and then with an entry portion and some kind of porch, in between the homes, with a 3 or 4 foot walkway between to get from front to back. The garages are generally splitting the property line. We're trying to provide a covered a garage space for each one of these homes, but didn't want to line that whole drive with garages. So we kept a little bit of open space there, and the result of that is going to be a party wall within the garage. We would, likely address some of those issues very similarly to the last application that we just discussed. I think really that's where we're headed, and so we're ready to have your folks' comments. Unless my client wants to say anything else.
No, I think we'll wait just to have a discussion after we hear the initial comments.
Commissioners? Somebody?
Yeah, so I'm curious about why not in G through L, why not 4 larger lots instead of the 5 smaller ones? Or 3, since you got 3 garages.
I think that there's certainly a desire to provide a spectrum of potential homes here, not just all, huge $1 million homes, but maybe some smaller, some smaller homes on Nursery Lane that are more the size of an alley dwelling that you would find on a more narrow, alley like that. So I think that's kind of where we were headed with that. On the parcel just to the east, there's and actually, it's a very different arrangement where there's a parking lot. And if we go, I don't know if we can go to the aerial or if I included it.
Yeah, I think you did.
Well, I certainly can.
If you go to sheet A3, in the bottom, the top right image, you see that there's 4 detached dwellings that are all kind of piled around kind of a green courtyard. So, those were kind of, I wouldn't call it inspiration, but certainly, something that we were drawing, not a precedent from, along with the other alley dwellings that are on Nursery Lane.
And did I hear you right? So you're talking about just 3 or 4 feet between the structures in those 4 lots?
Yeah, that would be correct.
Wow. How many places like that are there in German Village?
With only 3 feet between structures?
Yeah. Is it a prevalent, is it a common or a prevalent, or, are there significant examples? Because I'm not thinking of them right off the top of my head.
I can't really think of one.
There are a number of examples, and the reason I know there, well, aside from the fact I used to live in one where there was 2 feet between us and the neighbor, literally. You could not put a ladder in sideways. There are repeated instances of the commission being asked to approve variances based on existing conditions where there was insufficient space between the two, or between 2 homes to meet the 3-foot requirement.
Well, Jay, I know there are places where there isn't much room between houses, but those aren't places where are those places where the other side of the house is on the lot line?
No, I think that's a different matter, and I think in a lot of ways that's a more problematic matter, because that you start letting the lot layout inform or enforce the design, because the traditional overhangs that we see in almost, not all, but almost all German Village residences would violate that lot line. And even if it were okay with the lot line, if you were to move it a foot back so you could have a 12-inch overhang, the fire department probably wouldn't let you do the overhang anyway. So that's where, approving this site layout conceptually, and as is carefully said in the application, it's understood that support or approval of parcel arrangements does not infer support of the building footprints, future required variances, or local locations of the buildings and parcels.
Right, I get that.
I mean,
but I'm looking
to
at
that,
this.
I say, yeah, but, and I think that's what you're saying, Jeff. That's great to say that we're not endorsing anything, but the reality is we're sitting here, being asked to endorse a plan that some of us may believe can't be built as is.
Well, I
Sure.
presume
And,
they
you
build
know,
it. I just presume they designed it the way they'd like to build it, not in a way they'd prefer not to build it.
Well, the question is whether it would
and
be.
this is an excellent conversation, and I think that, rather than get into the specifics of overhangs, and the building code behind things like that, I think the size of those parcels, along with the size of the homes and the number of them, is really more the discussion here rather than the details of the logistics of that building code, et cetera. I've in my head, I've got design solutions that I think you would, or that we would eventually come to support for these things. But, before we really kind of start to, we're trying to understand the parameters of what you folks want to see before we necessarily take the next step. And from what I'm hearing, that corner of the property is the corner that is most difficult. But in terms of just the number of dwelling units and the density in that corner, presuming that we can solve the design issues, are there, and we're not going to split these lots before we've brought designs in front of you, especially for that corner. But, what is your feedback with regard to the density back there?
Yeah, Carrick, before I say anything else, I really want to compliment you on the whole concept.
Well, thank you.
And say that this is the sort of concept I imagine on another nearby parcel outside of our jurisdiction.
Well, those folks
that
didn't
I
hire
would
me.
far prefer to see in my personal neighborhood. But on that lot, I'm just itinerant observer.
Yeah. I think, and really, we have a tendency to look at these things very critically. But one of the things that is also worth saying is that the approach that we're seeing here, we're starting to, and I use it in the best possible way, we're starting to argue about little fine details. And what that means, as I had said earlier, is that we slid right past what had been the impossible blockade of some earlier designs that we've looked at, where we never got anywhere. And now we look at this and we go, yeah, we got some questions, we got some things we have issues with, but all in all, yeah, this is a I think approaching a very workable solution. I think Mark Hours, in his memo, which I'm assuming you've gotten a chance to look at, I hope you've gotten a chance to look at.
Yeah, actually, we haven't seen those, or at least I haven't.
Oh, okay.
You want to look at that. Don't bother reading it now, but it discusses this corner. It discusses the stuff on Thurman. It is a pretty, not surprisingly, well thought out discussion of some of the challenges of this site and some of the challenges of what you're proposing. Dealing with the carriage house and to ensure that what we're not talking about when we say carriage house, that we're not talking about a rentable unit that is the definition is in your definition of carriage house, that it be tied inextricably to the principal residence on the site, that its use be tied inextricably to the residence on the site. I mean, what Mark points out in his email is that multifamily, whether they're doubles in the tradition, in the long tradition of German Village, on those nursery lane sites, that may be something worth thinking about, and also points out the need for a variety of architectural styles on the Thurman Avenue properties in particular, so that it does not start looking terribly uniform. That actually is one of the things that is somewhat problematic about the Beck Place condominiums, which I think a lot of people hold up as being an exemplar of how to do it and how to do these large site developments. But it's one of the problems of that site is its uniformity and approach on all those parcels is a problem.
I don't want to see South San Francisco
with the row after row after row.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, Karen, what's your take on general site development here?
Generally, I think it's acceptable. I look at those units that are on Nursery Lane, and I think if they were in fact duplex, then you would actually get some more usable side yard, on one side for each tenant or each homeowner, and those could be condominiums or however they would be developed. Sometimes those small slivers of yard space are really more of a hassle and a problem than they are. They become just almost little light wells. So I think I would truly consider the idea of it, of attaching those buildings.
Teresa?
No, I agree that, as we've discussed before, that once the buildings are too close together, it limits the design options.
Yeah, you've got 0 lot line and 3 feet on the other side.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. Okay. Have you gotten enough of a sense of our concerns and the way we're feeling about this to move?
Sure. I mean, I think we're fairly committed to for sale detached homes for this whole site. Just looking again at that corner, if we were to be able to meet the standard 3-foot setback from each property line, do your concerns start to diminish for those homes? I mean, it's a 20-foot wide lot, so with some adjustment, I think that we could get a 16 foot wide home, which is a fairly standard dimension for a narrow home.
No, it's cozy.
Yeah, Carrick, my other house is 12 feet wide.
Sure. Is that a container?
No, it's a 19th century Victorian cottage. You see an example of it in my background.
All right. Fantastic.
So narrow houses don't bother me.
Okay.
And I have neighbors who have to lean out their windows to paint the side of their houses because the house next door is so close.
Sure.
But that's not German Village.
Sure.
So from a site perspective, that seems to be where the biggest sticking point is, but it's, I mean, if you understand that that's where the sticking point is and you're going to figure out a design solution that addresses it, then that's what you're tasking yourself to do.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's where we're headed, and so I appreciate the amount of time that you folks have spent on it.
All right, and I suggest everybody read both of the letters that have been submitted on this, which are both thoughtful and thought-provoking.
Yep, they were
Yeah.
useful, helpful.
Okay. Anything else?
I just want to make one last comment. For this project, it's very important to us that this is not a rental project and that it will be a for sale. And we did want to avoid any condominium units as well. That was the reason for them being, fully detached, not being duplexes. And then on the carriage houses, same thing. We do not want them to be rental units. We want this to be a nice, just a great addition to the neighborhood and being, all different owners for this site.
Yeah, you can do duplexes with party wall agreements.
Yeah.
All over the world.
Right. Oh no, I just wanted to kind of make sure that we do not want this to be a rental project. And I know you had some questions on the carriage houses.
We didn't discuss the remaining parking lot. Are there any concerns there with the number of spaces, the use, anything like that?
Well, the real question is going to be that the parking, is it 8 parking spaces for the engine house currently?
Yes.
The real issue becomes if there's any change of use envisioned for engine house.
I can speak to that. For the near term, there won't be because there is a lease in place. I could foresee in the future that could become a residential property.
Wow.
And potentially have another single family or something built on that site.
I mean, you understand what the parking issues are going to be if that were to transpire.
They would, well, if it went to residential, it would reduce the required parking for the overall site.
Yeah, but it would also require that they all be on site.
That is correct. Yes, we would want them all on site, and then the idea would be that the lot that is currently a parking spot on this site would turn into something that we could develop and potentially build another single family or something on that site.
Not impossible. All right. Anything else? Hearing nothing, we'll move on.
All right.
Good evening.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
GV 2103-024 750 South 6th Street. Joel Burke and Craig Keller. Here?
And here.
Will you raise your right hands, please? You swear to tell the truth, all truth, and nothing but?
Yes.
And you are?
I'm Joel Burke. And Craig Keller.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay, so this is a conceptual application and it is proposing to adapt an existing garage attic into a small office or apartment. And add addition of an egress window to the south face of the garage to match the existing window style and size on the north of the garage. The applicant would like to have the addition of 2 dormers to the west side of the roof with windows to match the dimensions of the windows in the 2006 edition. They would match the roofing with half-round shingle siding and trim dimension and color. The applicant would like to connect the proposed garage loft with an extension of the 2nd-story deck, the extension of an 8-foot deep deck to the new dormer addition at the south, and the addition of a new exterior door at the existing deck with trim and style to match adjacent doors, and matching the existing scale and details of the entry portico and deck. So at the February business meeting, the commission asked if the proposed conversion would include either a bathroom or kitchen, and expressed concerns about the visual of the skywalk connector. The applicant has submitted additional materials, including an interior plan showing that the addition will not have a kitchen.
I'm sorry, would the applicant care to add anything?
No, we're here to answer questions. I think, Jacqueline, I think slide 11 is probably the most applicable for the full proposed option for this conceptual review. We're here to hear your comments at this point.
Just cutting to the chase. First of all, I think there are all kinds of code implications here. As soon as you attach that garage, it becomes part of the lot coverage becomes part of the house and is no longer considered a garage. And I think that is going to throw you way out of whack on lot coverage. I don't know that as a fact, but I would be very careful about that before you get too far into it. The dormers are seem to be, at least on initial take, very overscale for for a window dormer. And they also engage at the ridge, which is something that is not in keeping with German Village guidelines. Connecting structures on the second floor, though it has happened in a couple of places, I can never remember anything like this. The closest one is actually the enclosed connector that you see at Frankfurt and Lozelle. I have no idea whether I mean, if the commission approved that, it was done so long ago, nobody would remember. Possible exception of Michael Rosen. I'm just nowhere close to being able to get comfortable with this. I'm just cutting to the chase of this. I can't see how this is appropriate.
We did include one other just reference image of a recent project that we assume went under the commission. Similar concept, obviously not the just overhead connector, but is a first story connector with a covered deck. Jacqueline, I think it's the last slide that I included. And like I said, we're here to kind of just gather input and to see if there's even something worth pursuing.
Yeah, that is just such an incredibly different circumstance. I get what you're talking about, but it is really a different circumstance. It's low, it's to the back of the lot. It is not actually a connector, it's simply a balcony.
Well, and it's a very small scale house, and this is a very large scale house.
I mean, this thing is 8 by, I mean, the connector is 8 by 13 feet in area. It is going to have the visual impact of creating a tunnel there.
We did look at other options that were set back, not the full depth.
Yeah, I saw on you have a sheet with multiple versions. I mean, if it were at the back of, if it were going into the other dormer, I might feel different about it. I understand that creates a problem, obviously, with where you're connecting on the second floor.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely understand it is a very unique kind of attempt for the village.
Yeah.
What we liked about this particular option of the options was that since there is an existing overhead deck or porch, this is just an extension of the architecture. Yes, a unique extension, but something that already exists on the property.
So it exacerbates the fortress style appearance of this property.
Do you think the property as it stands is fortress-like?
Yes.
Well, okay.
Oh, that was just a question. I
partially
have an
because
opinion,
of the
but
partially because of the entrance portico.
Yeah, I mean, I always have referred to this house as the brick house, just because clearly lots of people who owned this house over the years liked brick a lot. The portico was an earlier addition. The garage was actually right at the beginning of my tenure on the commission, and I think we got it very wrong. And I think that the scale of the dormers, and I think that the connection makes it all the worse. It turns the whole thing into one giant structure over that. The visual impact is of, and the photograph or the drawing on page 11. It's the one I'm looking at. Yeah, it's one that's up on the screen. It says it all. That's all one. It's one building that's covering the entire lot, and it's visually the massing becomes. I mean, yeah, it's broken up, but boy, there's just an extraordinary amount of it.
Well, to me, this is an example of what happens when incremental changes are made that turn a German village house into something else.
I think the overall concept, and I'm not disagreeing. Once again, we just want to kind of gather input, but I think the overall concept obviously is to make what seems to be designed as a carriage house loft. It's structured to be so, the attic of the garage, into more living space for their family, growing family. And so what I would like to obviously continue the conversation about the overall architecture of the whole, but if we can focus on the garage as well, that way when we come back, we can present. I want to get the family the square footage they need, but I want to obviously do it in the way that is acceptable and appropriate. So Jacqueline, maybe if we go back a couple slides to just the dormers, we can talk about, obviously maybe they're not of the appropriate scale currently. Would the commission accept 2 dormers to the west if scaled in a more appropriate fashion?
I think that if scaled in my view of it is, if scaled in an appropriate fashion, 2 dormers to the west would actually help mitigate the mass of that roof, which is really problematic. I mean, each side of that roof of that garage has just got the square footage of a soccer field. I mean, it's remarkable how big that roof is. And given its pitch, it kind of exacerbates it. It makes it look about as bad as it can. And I don't mean to be slamming whoever designed it, but there are just a lot of things that should never have been allowed with that. But a couple of appropriately scaled window dormers on that carriage house, I wouldn't personally have a problem with. I don't know about anybody else, but
Well, it's the combination of the big dormers and the bridge that are the problem, but that's what it all is.
say that in a different way. What do you mean that's what it all is?
Well, you get rid of the bridge, you get rid of the big dormers. It's
well, no, but if you put 2, let's, and I know it's impossible to do. Let's forget about what we've seen here. If they were to just come to us and say, we need to make the loft of that garage more usable space, to do it, we want to put in 2 window dormers on the west side, appropriately sized. Is that something that we would find acceptable?
A couple of modest doghouse dormers below the ridge, more to the scale of the garage.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Exactly. That was my point.
And I mean, not to continue the conversation, would there be exceptions to dormers on both sides of the garage if we start to bring the scale down to help mitigate? I mean, I completely agree with you that the height of that roof and the pitch, there's a lot of shingle there.
A lot of
So
shingle.
we definitely would love to kind of cut into that with different kinds of architecture. But the idea of adding 4 dormers felt like too much.
Yeah. Feels like a lot. I mean, you know, and it has to be played against you never really see all those dormers at the same time. So is it really too much? But it really starts then depending on what is the scale of the dormers. And for instance, if you put 4 dormers the size that are currently shown on it, you'd see 3 dormers at one time. You'd see the 2 on one side, and you'd definitely see the 1 on the other side. If they were more modestly scaled, you might never see more than 2 dormers at one time. I don't know the answer to that, but that's part of the thing, is that the scale of the dormers right now is so off-putting that it just makes it difficult to think about, you know, what it might have been.
So the garage is a big garage. The dormers are almost overwhelming the garage.
Yeah, the way they're drawn right now, that's exactly what's going on. And overwhelming that garage is no mean feat.
Yeah.
Connecting on the second floor, you know, I'm not an architect, thank God. I mean, I hire architects all the time. It's what part of my job is, but I try to stay away from it. I can't see how you can skin that, connecting that on the second floor. You know, maybe you can, but I can't see it.
So it looks like you're planning to make that the above the garage a master suite.
Essentially,
I don't care what's inside, but
Yeah.
that
Additional bedroom, yes.
okay, additional bedroom, not a master's. Okay, because that seems okay.
A guest suite, a master's, whatever.
Yeah.
You don't want an outdoor path to a bedroom that's used all the time for someone.
That's correct. The intent there was to have kind of an office area as well as a guest bedroom and bathroom.
As I say, I can't see it. I can see doing improvements to the garage that would make that loft space more habitable and more reasonable, but I can't see getting to it from the second floor. I just can't see it.
And they're still going outside to get to the bedroom.
Yeah, to do Andy good to have to walk up and down some stairs to get to his office.
Well, I guess I think along those points, and I don't want to take up too much of your time, obviously, but I think that, you know, this was the primary proposal. The next proposal will be obviously a dedicated stair. The issue with the garage is it's not large enough to get a stair internally without impacting the parking of the garage.
Yep.
And so then we go down the road of an exterior stair, which is, you know, maybe not as contentious as a concept, but is definitely out there.
How much space is there behind the garage, between the garage and the lot line?
There is only 7.5 feet, if I remember correctly. And we'll end up with a landing of some sort to get to the height. But I think that's the next step. If I could just get some quick feedback on the commission's thoughts on an exterior stair.
Well, I mean, first of all,
yeah,
we just have to see it. I mean, I can actually. Well, there isn't enough square footage in the garage to put a stair. Can you put a connector to the north of the garage, or that gets you to the north of the garage up a stair to the center of the garage at the second floor. So you connect from the first, you walk out the first floor of that house and you walk into the second floor of the garage, but you don't go outside.
Yeah, there's definitely a preliminary concept. We talked about that. There's a existing tree that is really important to the client that we wanted to keep, which is at the back of the property, but that's certainly something we can look at. If that would be more sort of amenable to do basically a two-story connector, but pushed back.
I didn't say a two-story connector. I'm still at the idea being that you walk out of the first floor, you walk out of the house at the first floor. I'm trying to remember what that, and not that it makes any difference to me, but I've been in that house several times, when the court has owned it, but you walk out through that back door. It's not the kitchen, but behind the kitchen, in the family room, whatever. You walk out there, then get kind of to the line of where the garage is, and then go up from there so that you get in at the peak, beneath the peak of the garage, but that's all enclosed.
Sure. No, that makes sense.
So I don't know if it fits. I don't know if it, I don't know if it fits, and I don't know if architecturally it winds up being acceptable, but it's an idea.
So would that be an enclosure at the back of the garage, is the way I'm understanding that?
Yes, it would. I mean, I guess in the best of all possible worlds, you almost extrude the garage roof out 4.5 feet to the north, and you put a single run stair in it that comes down and somehow ties into the back door.
Or an elevator.
But I think you can then get I think you can easily then get a couple of dormers. I cringe at the idea of a shed dormer there, but
Well, it's not a historic building, but
no, it's not. That's true. The problem that you wind up with a shed dormer is that you've got the shed aiming towards the gable end of the principal structure, which could be a little weird. I don't know. The problem is, looking at these plans, I keep looking at these big dormers, and all of that's getting too close to the edge of everything. And I don't know if walking in at the peak on the north end of that gable helps you or hurts you in terms of the plan.
But it sounds like, in summary, what we're saying is that the dormers are overly sized, and we would need to see, new concepts for the dormers, and that you're not hearing general support for a second story connection, and access over the garage would have to be accomplished in another way. Access to the second floor of the garage.
Yeah, nailed it.
Thank you. That's good.
Did that give you the feedback you needed?
It did, yes. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good evening. Okay,
Yes,
are we done?
I think we have one more.
Yeah, we got one more.
We do?
Oh, wait a minute. Nope, we don't.
Oh.
We don't. That was it.
Number 6. Well, number 6, we need to vote to continue, I think.
Yes.
I think we have one more.
What?
Yep.
Consent
Oh, I was getting
agenda.
17. I was getting 17 and 18 mixed up with one another.
Oh, sorry. Oops.
Okay.
That was 17. We still got 18.
18, GV 21030257 780 South Lozelle. And it's right here in front of me. Oh, yeah. Who's here? Nathan. And yeah. Raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, and nothing but.
Yes, I do.
You are.
Nathan Sampson with B. Hall Sampson Deeds.
Okay. Jacqueline.
Okay, this is a conceptual application proposing to demolish a building originally constructed between 1872 and 1891 that has been cut up and patched up so that very little of the original building is present beyond the limited scope of structural timbers and rafters, many of which are failing. Repairs would require replacement of nearly all of what remains of the original building. So the proposal is to replace with a new timber frame 2-story single-family home of similar scale and style, and to maintain similar scaled structure, site orientation, and street frontage. And applicant would be requesting the following zoning variances outlined in the submitted documentation to maintain these similar circumstances. And so at the February business meeting, the commission noted that if demolition were to be approved for this property, then consideration would need to be given whether a faithful reconstruction, an interpretive reconstruction, or constructing what would be approved if no structure was already present would be most appropriate. And the commission asked staff to include references to past applications, which has been included towards the bottom of the materials.
Nathan, over to you.
Yes. No, those are interesting. I hadn't seen those before.
Oh, you need to look.
I know. I found a bunch of other old documents, but I appreciate you putting those in the presentation. So what we sort of have here is, you know, I think everybody's familiar with the building. It's sort of a unique structure in the village, and the owner certainly purchased the property with an appreciation for the aesthetic style of the building and certainly the location. He also purchased it from someone who had begun a renovation project, so the interior is gutted, which is somewhat of a help when we start to, or a head start when we're looking at structural issues. So in our application, we outline, along with a structural engineer's report, pointing out some of the structural deficiencies and some of the issues with the current building. I'll name a couple of them. You know, the timber frame structure that's in place now would not meet code, certainly at this point, and a lot of the members are failing or sagging or have failed through probably a number of renovations over the years for different uses and purposes. A lot of the original timber structure has been severed and patched in, and that's evident with probably or most clear when you look at the back of the house and the would be the tilting out of the second floor, because most of the back timbers have been cut so it's not a continuous column any longer, and so there's a hinge point that's pushing that out. The other big thing is that this was a former livery when it was first built. It was a barn with a dirt floor, probably a timber frame structure. Foundation itself is a great on top of, from the excavation we've done so far, on top of occasional boulders or a series of boulders that sit down on the subsurface mud or the clay bed underneath. To be able to do a project here and bring this up to code, we need to replace all of the foundation that's existing. In thinking about this, with the ability to rebuild this structure with contemporary building techniques and material, I think we don't want to change necessarily the aesthetic of the building, but if we're going to rebuild it, there are some slight changes that we're proposing. One of them is a widening of the footprint, which would be, let me think, from Lizelle back, with the Lizelle being the front of the house, by 5 feet. This does a couple of things for us in our proposed design. One, it gives a little bit more floor space, but it also coincides with a more common timber frame barn or reclaimed barn that we could reuse as the structure for this. We also are proposing that to the interior side yard of the lot, that we actually pull back the existing footprint to 3 feet so that we are permitted to have windows in that facade. Right now, we're within an inch of the property line. And just being a historical structure, that's just the way it is. The existing structure also extends almost a foot onto the right-of-way along Lozelle, and I think just over a foot on Columbus, on East Columbus. The East Columbus and Lozelle are both classified as alleys due to their width, so there's a 0 setback, and we're just trying to pull the building back onto the property with a rebuild. We are also in this proposing an addition on the back, on the interior side of the property, that, you know, in material and in sort of its volume and shape is of the same language as the existing structure. I think that, you know, in developing this design and talking with the homeowner, you know, we do very much like the aesthetic of the building. The reconstruction of it is such a problem that we would like to do an interpretive reconstruction of it, because that's what we're drawn to in the first place. I think to make this building, I guess, sit on the lot in a similar way, if there was a new building on this lot, there are a couple of variances that we would request. Most, or I think all of them, are related to side yard, which would be the interior side yard, where I just mentioned the 3-foot setback. Just the culmination of both sides on this corner lot, current zoning code, you know, overlay doesn't necessarily line up with how the house is situated on the lot. We are also suggesting that if it does get rebuilt, there is some relocation of windows and skylights, certainly with new windows and skylights for energy efficiency and code reasons. And with the adjustment of 3 feet to that interior side yard, we would be shifting the curb cut to the garage over 3 feet from where it exists now, which I didn't mention in my application, but a previous case this evening reminded me to mention that when we're talking about curb cuts. I think that, you know, with, you know, this being a familiar structure to everybody, and maybe not having a firsthand view of the issues in the structural report or the issues we're pointing out here in our application, we would invite the commission or appointed members of the commission to come take a look at the structure themselves along with the report. You know, the house at this point is semi-demolished and empty, and I think we can set up a safe visit for whoever wants to see this and report back, or if the commission wants to do a site visit. We're thinking that, you know, our goal for this structure is to, or for the new structures, have a similar street presence, a similar, you know, presence along these 2 alleys with these, and trying to reel back some of these modifications to make it certainly improved for the owner, but also not a totally new structure. And so, you know, we want to be careful, I guess, on our part, to work with the commission to try and find an acceptable avenue for a reinterpretation of this structure, because, you know, it is what the look and feel of it is what the owner was drawn to initially. I think that, you know, in our efforts here and understanding that, you know, we certainly are existing within this neighborhood and with this commission's review, are very open to comments and suggestions from the commission on how we may, you know, help the commission get comfortable with this idea, or and answer any questions about material or other aspects of what we're proposing. Right now, it's a schematic design, but certainly, fulfills our requirements as far as the program and what we're trying to get out of the building, as far as square feet, use, and orientation on the site. I'd be interested in the Commission's comments on ideas about materiality for the roof. If that is something that, could be considered, the option of a raised seam metal roof on this type of structure. A lot of the characteristics that are existent now in the structure, we are holding on to in the reinterpretation. The garage exists in basically the same place. The entry vestibule exists in very much the same place. I think it's scooted down just a little bit. And the language of the apertures on the exterior being smaller, more in line with what exists on the structure now, which is just in different locations. So I am open to questions, comments from the Commission, trying to understand our intent.
The first thing is that I think that we'd need to come to grips with is the idea of demolishing the existing structure, and I think that one is still a ways off because there's a lot of discussion in the letter from Corda talking about the shortcomings of the structure, but nothing says that the structure is irreparable. Nothing says that the structure is in imminent danger of collapse, given its certain its current circumstance. It's not. It doesn't appear to be anything that is a danger in its current state now, which is not to say that you could renovate it as it currently is and simply, put a cast iron bathtub on the second floor and hope for the best. So I think that there are some significant hurdles that need to be had before demolition, which, as I always say, is the one irreparable, the one thing we don't get a do-over on. If and just making the huge leap to if it were allowed to be demolished, I think that Jacqueline spelled out the three paths. One is a faithful reproduction. Two is an interpretive redesign, reconstruction, which is what you're proposing, and three is to treat this like an empty lot, that there's been no structure, that there's nothing on. I find the idea of an interpretive reconstruction, of which there have been a couple in German Village, to be by far and away the most problematic. It's historic. It is of a time. It was purpose-built, or it wasn't. So the idea of a bigger, better, slightly dimensioned to fit within zoning code and slightly better to fit within what, the 10,000, I'm just pulling numbers out of the air here, the 10,000 square feet that the people want to live in instead of the 5,000 square feet that the existing structure might be, is just doesn't get me anywhere. The best exemplar of a fail at that is on Grant, north of right across from the Big Bear property, which is a gray little barn looking kind of thing, which was supposed to be was started out as being a faithful reproduction of what had been there. And then it got pushed and pulled and prodded to the point where has I mean, virtually no bearing on what was originally there, and just looks like it is quite a bit of a hodgepodge.
Yeah.
I was just walking by it again the other night, looking at it. And there is no question but that the mass of this thing, viewed from both the south and the north, is hugely larger than, I mean, the whole southern exposure of this thing is exposed, and it is. The reason I got up a minute ago is I had done some drawings, some sketches to overlay the existing and the new, and the proposed is just massively larger than the existing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's 5. I mean, what we're proposing right now is 5 feet deeper and I think just over 3 feet taller than the existing structure now.
Yeah, but that doesn't include the L.
Yes, no. And certainly being conscientious about that, at least from this schematic approach, in tucking that back to certainly the interior side of the property. And I understand that you could still see it, right? The other thing that
by the way, Nathan, just want to interrupt for 1 second. When you take and you raise that roof 4 feet and you extend the depth of it 5 feet, you're adding something like 30% to the square footage of that facade.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the number really is, but you're
right.
It's a, you know, that diagonal and that vertical is a big chunk of property. It's not just a few feet.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think I skipped over this part, but maybe in the report is, you know, part of this is raising the plate height 24 inches. So you mix those together, you do get more sort of surface area for sure. What this does, though, allow us to do is make some of the second floor spaces more usable, where there may be an opportunity to break down that facade with openings versus the solid facade that is there now. I understand what you're saying. I'm just
I mean, from a design perspective and from a residential perspective, I totally get it. I get it from the design perspective of really liking that building and really wanting to live in that kind of a building on that site. I totally get it.
Yeah.
But there are times when if you want to live in a 150-year-old barn, you got to live in a 150-year-old barn. You can't, you can't live in a modern reinterpretation of it, because then it ain't a 150-year-old barn anymore.
Let me ask you just a couple of questions relating to.
Hold on. I want to make sure that
Okay.
Other people, other commissioners, Jeff, you're chomping at the bit, and you're on mute.
You know, I've been in this structure. We actually looked at buying this a long, long time ago. It pains me to think about the prospect of losing it forever. I understand it can't be, the owners can't do what they'd like to do in its current condition. But I'm not hearing you say that it's not a livable, durable home in German Village.
Yeah. Right. I think that, well, we had initially worked through the design in the current, shell of the building, certainly, right? And as we dug into the structural aspect of it, when this gets corrected, so that it is a solid structure for years to come, there is very little of that original structure left in place. Not discounting your comments whatsoever. I just, from a practical standpoint, what it makes me think about is, if we're looking at the structure, and we determine that we're modeling it, and possibly having an addition to it, is the correct path to take. Does that, you know, to be successful with the building code and with other aspects of it, you know, it almost has to go down to the foundation. You have to dig a new foundation for it. So, you know, it starts to bring up questions in my mind, like, you know, if there's a remodel of the existing footprint, you know, what is important, I guess, for the commission, as far as what remains of that structure when so much of it needs to be replaced.
Is it structurally unsound in its current condition?
It's failing in a number of spots currently. And the way that it's been cut up,
in danger of falling down.
It's slowly falling at this point. If you look at some of the images of the back facade, and this is strictly due to modifications that have been made over the years, where, you know, the vertical columns are the things that actually are holding up the roof and allowing that structure to be rigid and sturdy, have been cut. And so when we go in to replace those, you know, there's I guess a few locations where existing structures still exist, but it's such a small percentage. Once we replace the things that need to be corrected, what aspect of the historical presence of that building should we, I guess, in this effort, endeavor to keep? And I'm open to sort of all comments. It's just when we think about it that way, I want to be responsive to how the board may interpret that.
First of all, I think that there's no question that the structure is deficient. I mean, Reed Quarters report the structure is deficient. But most often, and Teresa, correct me if I'm wrong, correcting the structure is not a matter of tearing pieces out and replacing them as often as it is a matter of augmenting the existing structure in such a way that you solve the problem. You basically put in additional structure to alleviate the pressures on the existing structure. So whether it's sistering beams or whether it's putting in an internal steel framework to hold up, you know, putting in steel columns that land on proper footings that support the existing wood frame, there are a lot of ways to do that short of dismantling the building.
Yeah, I think that a challenge that we have with this building, because of it, just the way that it's constructed as a timber frame, when you go in to start correcting the structural deficiencies, the structural skeleton of that building, you know, there's not a lot there, right? Because it's an old barn. So when we go to replace those, you know, how you would actually do that you could sister up the ceiling joists or the
all the rafters, you know, all the
everything.
rafters get sistered with LVLs or whatever, and
right. And I think that the roof is one example where that could be a possibility. And then I think when we look at the walls and the foundation, we almost have to pick up the roof, hold it up, take the walls and the foundation out to re-support that, just because of the intermittent point loads that exist in there. You know, and it's such a strange, and for German Village especially, it's not a timber frame house where there's studs and those sorts of things. You know, the nature of the barn timber framing focuses all those loads down, where making the correction of that roof maybe outside of this description, almost have to take all that out to even piecemeal it back in.
I'm not
same.
I mean, that is, you know, you need a, and I'll throw out a name that I know you know. You need and he's retired now, so you can't get him. You need a Dave Holtzapfel to look at this. A couple other people who are retired, but who understand timber frame, and this is a timber frame structure, and unfortunately, part of what you're saying is very true. It was a light timber frame structure to begin with. It's not, these are not 12 by 12 timbers that you're looking at here. It was designed as a relatively lightweight barn, and it was never designed to carry modern loads, let alone modern renovated loads. So there's a lot of work to be done. But and I don't know what that threshold is because nobody's looked at it from that perspective. What's been looked at is here are the shortcomings of here are the shortcomings of the structure, and the next step is to say to a structural engineer, okay, if we're going to keep this, what do we need to do to it?
Yeah.
And if the answer comes back, you need to rip all the walls out and rebuild them, then that kind of tells you what the condition of the structure is. If the answer comes back, well, you need to sister up all the rafters, you need to reinstall any broken joists, you need to put interior framing in to support the frame where it's acting as a hinge right now. I mean, there are the fixes to it.
Yeah. Let me ask.
But the ultimate fix may be, yeah, you can't save it. It's got to be torn down and rebuilt. But that then leads to the next point of, if it's going to be torn down, it needs to be rebuilt, not reimagined as something that is kind of reminiscent of what was there.
Yeah.
That's Disneyland, and I use that in a pejorative way, not in Disneyland is designed in a brilliant manner, but it ain't real.
Yeah. Well, let me ask this question. If we were to look at correcting the structure basically in the original structure, not the addition sort of withstanding, but in its original footprint, similar height as it is now, we're just working to replace those structural members. And, what does that, in the end, what does that leave us with? What do we replace versus what's left of it historically? Like I think we've talked about this with the owner, like the existing dimensions, we can make work for what we are trying to do, I think. When we think about restructuring it, though, there's not a lot left of that existing structure, but I'm willing to.
But I don't know that. I don't know what the structural repairs that are necessary are or what it does. I'll tell you where I have a bigger potential problem, frankly, is how are you going to insulate this thing? I mean, are you going to put all exterior? I mean, I'm assuming if you want an expressed timber frame house to live in, you're going to do all the insulation on the outside of this thing.
Yeah.
Creates a whole nother set of problems because now you're changing the dimensions of the house.
Well, I think with the structure that needs to be replaced, the outside to outside dimensions would stay the same. The structure would change inside. We've done a lot of reclaimed barn projects for houses, and in that case, I mean, we're into the right of way in any case with that. We'd need to. There'd be no way we could expand onto the two street sides with adding that to the exterior. It would have to be an interior modification. But I guess let me ask this question just so my task is clear too. If, with the structural engineer's report, what may be helpful from a clarifying standpoint? Like, one of the, would it be an inventory of replacement, or what needs to be replaced? Would it, or a summary, with the idea that, the foundation doesn't go below frost, and it's a timber grade beam, those are things that we'd need to certainly address, right,
sure.
In the project.
But I mean, underpinning foundations is something that's done every day.
Yep.
I mean, it's not, underpinning a foundation is not any big trick. I mean, it to someone who doesn't do it on a regular basis, it seems insane. But to those of us who have spent our careers telling people they want to drop a foundation 20 feet it's like, yeah, it's a pain in the neck, but it gets done every day.
Yeah. I think, in part of this too, what seems to be the direction of the comments is that perhaps a building in its existing envelope, but like remodeling this in its existing envelope is probably more of an acceptable direction than the expanded footprint that we were talking about. And we do what we needed to do for that. I think if that was the avenue we chose to pursue, because I understand your comments about scale, certainly. And I think that it's, at this schematic stage, it's something that needs worked on. But is there maybe further comments on the idea of the addition or placement of it? We're still under lot coverage sizes. We're still under our height limitations. Even with the larger footprint, the only variance that is triggered is that side yard, and it's simply us stepping it back to get window. Or if it changes to actually allow us to have windows if we deviate from that existing footprint.
Turning this into a T, if the existing structure were the same size as, well, if the existing structure were to remain, and rather than it being an L, it being something of a T, so that what's currently the L, the southern extension would be offset from, some number of feet in from the south facade.
Yeah.
I can imagine. I think that's what came before us before.
Yeah. In a previous proposal.
Teresa, what's your take on the structure of this thing?
Yeah, usually when we get these reports, it's like the itemization of what's deficient, and then right underneath it, it's like, and here's what you need to do to fix it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think Bernie was the structural engineer who basically took over for Holtzapfel, but at Corda. But I think that we can certainly talk with him more about clarifications to his report versus pointing out, and also work with him on the corrective measures for that, just so we all understand it better.
Yeah, I don't think you've gotten over the threshold of this thing needs to be torn down yet.
Yeah. The one, I guess, the aspect of it that we were thinking of was just the percentage of replacement.
But I don't know. Neither you nor I know what that percentage of replacement is versus. When you sister a rafter, you're not replacing it. The historic fabric remains intact. Yeah. You're augmenting it to make it strong enough to carry a modern load. So that's not a matter of tearing something out and replacing it. It's a matter of augmenting it structurally. Yeah. And I think that may be a big chunk of what you need to do.
Yeah. Just to solidify that portion.
But maybe it's not. The report doesn't say that. The report doesn't address what ifs. It simply says, here are the problems. Well, yeah, we get that.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. And we can work with him to help clarify that. Okay. And I think that the roof certainly is the thing that probably is what could be corrected with sistering. It's just everything below that becomes an issue for us. Like you can jack it up so it's straight, sister everything.
I will tell you, having gone through one of these not that long ago, that's not so easy.
No.
Those beams, those rafters have been bent for a long time. They're not going to, they're not going to react so kindly to being straightened out. But one way to do that is also to put in a ridge beam and support the ridge beam independently, and that takes all, well, not all of, but it takes all the lateral thrust out of the exterior walls.
Yep. Yep, I agree.
So,
so we can, so I mean that is helpful. I mean, helping outline or clarify what those corrections or prescriptive corrections are for those items, I think would be beneficial to understanding it. And then yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, speaking as the non-architect in the group, I think if additional square footage then is desired, that that would be treated along the guidelines of an addition to a historic structure.
Yeah,
right.
That's exactly what it would be. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Then, I mean, I think that what you're saying about the addition certainly makes sense. Just with how that is attached to the existing structure. The other aspect of it, you know, you talked about it in a previous case this evening, but the idea with this type of structure and the location maybe of that addition being at the interior of the lot, you know, and it being more T or L shaped, the use of shed dormers in this case, you know, is this an acceptable case to consider that type of detail?
So you're talking about a dormer on the east side of the principal structure?
Yeah, on the addition.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
I mean,
I just want to make sure
as you've shown it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, the one thing that we tend to shy away from, and I can't tell whether you're doing it right now, wall dormers tend to get shaken a little bit, but on an addition, on a contemporary addition, it's a different design language, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure we're on the same page with at least the direction of how we're gaining space there. Okay. With the structural nature of what we're talking about with that existing structure, it seems like if there was a visit to the site, a modified or updated structural report in hand would be sort of our map to that field trip. Does that sound right?
Could be. Depends what the report says.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that that's something that we could do. No problem. I guess, you know, we talked about the maths, you know, the addition a bit, the structure, and it's hard to extrapolate at this point with it being somewhat schematic, but you did a good job of listing red flags. So I was wondering if there's any others that that you noticed in that application, or in the, you know, just in the schematic approach.
Okay, do we have enough feedback?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're good. I think, you know, we want to be a good partner with you guys to get this project done. We just want to make sure we're, you know, working in the right direction.
Okay.
Nathan,
Yeah.
before we go, I just never want to pass up the opportunity to have somebody convey my regards to John.
John who?
John B. Hall.
Well,
so
I will tell him that you said hello.
So I have known John since I was 4 years old.
Oh, holy crap.
His brother, Bob, was a kindergarten classmate of mine.
No kidding. Yeah.
God, I've known John for 30 years. I thought that was a lot, or 25 years. I thought that was a lot.
Yeah.
All right, listen, we are, staff is now passing out and just ready to kill it. Is Jody Gresham really on the line here, or is she just messing with us?
I know she
There
is.
she is.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent. Excellent. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Well, I want to say fun. It's been fun. It's been a while.
It's been a while. Well,
Yes, it
welcome,
has.
welcome, and thank you very much for pitching in here because we can all use the help.
You know, some of you don't know, what was it, 4, 5, 6 years ago, Jody? I brought you to Martha's Vineyard to talk to my historic preservation group there about campground cottages and 19th century Victorian Carpenter Gothic houses.
It was awesome.
All right. Well, listen, Jennifer just dropped off my Manhattan for the evening, so I think we're going to have to draw this to a close.
We do need a vote on the number 6 item on the agenda for continued.
Is there a motion to continue agenda item number 6, application GV 2103-013, 117 East Casas?
So moved.
So moved.
Yeah. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Just
Aye.
voice vote. Aye.
No objections.
No, without objection. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So
Move to
moved.
adjourn.
Second.
Without any objections.
As you all know, the best part about a motion to adjourn is it's non-debatable.
There you go.
Yeah.
So forget about objections. I don't want to hear it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Thank you all. Thanks particularly to staff for hanging in
Night all.
there.